Fans, if you can, please stand and kindly remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Good evening, baseball fans. Welcome to Ironman Field. I am the voice of the Chatham Miramichi Ironmen, Chris Jardine, and welcome here on a, let's call it an unusual Friday night. It's the super sexy Friday night doubleheader baseball action live as the Saint John Alpines are in town to take on your Chatham Miramichi Ironmen. The Alpines come into tonight's game with a 4-12 record, finding themselves last in the New Brunswick Senior Baseball League. Here is the lineup they are sending out there tonight. Connor Hill, Devin Thomas, Matt Beach, Cole Flowers in the cleanup spot tonight, Mark Legier in the 5, Ryan Van Snick in the 6. The bottom third of the order, Ryan Galbraith, Matt Dignam, and Noah Woodall will get your positions for you there in the bottom of the first inning when they take the field. Starter tonight for the Alpines, Matt Nason, and they are going to be taking on Ironman import, Dylan Lester, who's going to be making his 9th appearance of the season. He has 37 and 2/3 innings thrown so far, 4-2 on the season with a 2.42 ERA. Was the beneficiary of a win here the other night in a 10-9 walk-off as Chris Keating deposited a ball over the Dairy Queen sign in right center field to end the ball game in a back-and-forth classic between the Ironmen and the Fredericton Royals. The Ironmen look to continue their winning ways here tonight. They come in tonight with a 7-8 record, so a win here in Game 1 will put them at even Steven 500 for the season. Look at the Ironman defense real quick. Outfield left to right. We have Andrew Landhang in left field drawing a start tonight. Mike McKay in center. And Zach Goss in right. Third to first across the infield. Logan Walsh at third, getting the call up from junior here tonight and getting a start. Chris Keating at short, Charlie Mollison at second, Nick Leggett's over at first, and calling balls and strikes is Jeff Watkin. Stepping in here to lead it off is junior affiliate Connor Hill, who actually leads in the New Brunswick Senior Baseball League with a .450 average on the season. And here comes the first pitch from Lester. And it hits him. A bit of an auspicious start there. How you doing? Welcome to the ball game. So one pitch and the base runner on here as that one runs up and into Hill. So just like that, the Alpines have the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the first inning, top of the first inning. Holy jumpins, we're all out of sorts here. So a rare Friday night double dip here at Ironman Field. Stay tuned. We'll be live here all night long. Devin Thomas, Alpine's veteran right fielder, tonight's going to step in. That's high and away for ball one. So Hill over at first after a hit by pitch. Thomas checking in here tonight with a .311 batting average on the season, 14 for 45. Has 14 hits, a double and a home run amongst them. And that is a hard ground ball to second. And I think they're going to go to second for one. They're going to try to double it up, and he's going to be safe at first. So quick hands there from Charlie Mollison to be able to get the lead runner. So that's going to be a fielder's choice. Hill is erased 4-6. Thomas is on now at first. Umpires for tonight, calling balls and strikes, is J.P. Richard. Down the first base line is Stephen Clark. Down the third base line is Mike Doucette. All out-of-towner crew here for Game 1. Matt Beach, the center fielder, is going to step in here for the Alpines. First pitch from Lester, and that is hit high and deep to left field, at the track, at the wall. She's out of here. An absolute no-doubter from Matt Beach, his first of the season, and the Alpines are out to a very quick 2-0 lead. No fooling Beach on that one, as that was an absolute scorching no-doubter off the bat. Well over the Shoppers Drug Mart Mycon signs out in left center field. And the Alpines out to a quick jump here, 2-0. So the Alpines continue the top of the first here with Cole Flowers. And that is on the outside corner for strike one. Flowers hitting .347 on the season. All of his hits singles except for a lone double. And that is high for a ball, evens the count at 1-1. So the Ironmen going to have to play from behind here in the first game of this doubleheader. Something they had no problem doing here the other night. That's a two-hopper to short. Keating up with it, and that's going to be a 6-3 for those of you scoring at home, and out number 2 here in the top of the first inning. So again, the Ironmen came from 7-0 down here the other night, tied the game up at 7. Brought Lester in from the pen and gave up a little dying quail of a base hit to left field that gave the Royals a 9-7 lead, but the Ironmen battled back. A Jake Cook hit by pitch, followed by a Mike McKay 4-pitch walk, and then a Chris Keating home run. And the red team went home happy with a 10-9 W. That one just inside for ball 1 here to Mark Legier, the designated hitter here in the first game. And that is hit to third. Logan Walsh up with it. And a throw across the diamond, so that's going to do it. So a 5-3 ends the inning, but some damage for the Alpines here in the top of the first as Matt Beach hits a long 2-run home run. And after a half inning here, it is the Saint John Alpines 2, the Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen coming up. And we'll have the starting pitcher, the defense for the Alpines, and the lineup for the Ironmen in just a minute here on O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. So let's take a look at the starting lineup for your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman tonight. Mike McKay, the center fielder, is leading off. Chris Keating, the shortstop, in the 2-hole. Dylan Lester, the pitcher, batting third. Jeff Watkin, the catcher, is hitting fourth. Nick Leggett, the first baseman, batting fifth. Logan Walsh playing third and batting sixth. Zach Goss is batting seventh, the right fielder. Charlie Mollison is batting eighth, the second baseman. And Andrew Langtang rounds out the lineup, the left fielder, batting ninth. And they will be facing Alpine starter Matt Nason, making his sixth appearance of the season. Is 2-1 over the course of the 2024 summer with a 4.14 ERA across 22 innings, has allowed 25 hits and 13 runs. The defense behind him, outfield left to right, Flowers is in left, Beach is in center, and Thomas in right, third to first in the infield, Dignam at third, Hill at short, Woodall at second, and Galbraith at first. Van Snick is doing the catching tonight. Again, the Alpines here missing a couple of key stalwarts from their lineup. No Mark Phillips tonight. No Adam Clark tonight. That is their 2 at-bat leaders and a couple of guys that are hitting in the 330s. So a little bit of a shorthanded squad here for the Alpines. But a good start as they're out to a 2-0 lead here before the Ironmen get to bat. And it's going to be Mike McKay leading it off here for the red team. 348 on the season. McKay does have a couple doubles and a home run. And again, was part of the key comeback here the other night. And here's the first pitch from Nason. And he squares the bunt, and that is down for ball 1. So again, the Ironmen have had coming off a couple of very tight wins over the Royals, and that is down for a ball, so quickly 2-0. So again, the Ironmen looking to keep their streak alive again. All these games in hand. We have another game here on Sunday night as the Royals will be back in town for another one. That's on the outside part of the plate for a strike, so run the count to 2-1. The Ironmen have a chance to get to 500 or better here tonight. Have a chance to get to 10 wins by the end of the weekend. And that is bunted down the third baseline, foul. Again, McKay trying to take advantage of the third baseman, Matt Dignam, playing a little too far back. Unable to keep that one fair. So 2-2 here's the count. And here it comes. And that is bounded down the first base side, and that's going to be 3 unassisted as Galbraith makes the play. McKay is retired. So that will bring up Chris Keating. Again, Keats, the hero here the other night with a 3-run walk-off home run. If you haven't seen it, head on over to the Ironman Facebook page. And he bats here with 1 out. That one's high and tight for a ball. Keats on the season hitting .392 with 4 home runs in his 51 at-bats. Has 3 doubles in there as well. In his first season back after a couple away from the squad. And that is a broken bat base hit back up the middle. So Keats continues his hot ways. So 1 on and 1 out here now for the Ironmen as Keating has a single. And that'll get him up to 400 now on the season. That'll bring up Dylan Lester. Lester hitting .436 with a home run this season. 4 doubles as well in his 55 at-bats. Chance to help himself out here in the bottom of the first inning. And that's a curveball in there for a strike. So Nason quickly ahead of Lester here 0-1. Nason's got the one he likes. Here comes the 0, and Keats is going on the pitch. That ball is down. Oh, no, called a strike. A little late on the call there was home plate umpire J.P. Richard. So Keats with the relatively easy steal of second. So runner in scoring position now here with 1 out. Lester finds himself in a count hole here, 0-2. Watkin in the on-deck circle behind him. Keats with a sizable lead out at second base. Almost daring Nason to throw out there. And that Lester reaches out and spoils that one foul down the right field side. And it hits the light pole, comes back in play. So count holds at 0-2 here. So Nason with another 0-2 offering here to Lester. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. A little change up that dove down and in. So Lester strikes out here for out number 2. So that'll bring up the Ironman catcher, Jeff Watkin. Watkin hitting .244 on the season. Has a couple home runs, a double and a triple. 11 for 45 overall in his 14 games played. And he's going to bat here with 2 out and a runner at second. Chris Keating after a broken bat single. That's in the dirt. Nice block back there by Van Snick, keeping Keating at second. We made reference to it on Thursday. Ironman hopeful that one of these 2 guys here, Watkin or Leggett, going to heat up here in the middle of this order. And that ball is fouled back. Good swing there from Jeff. Ironmen have had a lot of base runners the last 2 games against the Royals. Again, they were able to cash in quite well here on Friday. They had an 11-batter inning. But again, these 4 or 5 hitters for the Ironmen, Coach Kevin Bowes hoping that they're going to just start to heat up just a little bit here in the second half of the season. 1-1's the count here to Watkin. There's a big swing at a curveball, and that's going to run it now to 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to the Ironman catcher. Bottom of the first inning, Alpines lead 2-0. Chris Keating with a broken bat single and a stolen base is out at second. The Ironman looking to get on the board here in the bottom of the first. And that is down for a ball. So that'll run it now to 2-2. Big sweeper there from Nason. So 2-2 now is the count. Pretty good crowd here for a rare Friday night game. And that is outside for a ball, and that'll run it full. We'll see how many of them stay through the entirety of the super sexy Friday night doubleheader. Again, a very rare Friday night double dip. We're going to be live for both games here. Okay. So full count here to Watkin. That ball is hit hard into center, but center fielder Beach is going to be there, and that's going to end the first inning. So the Ironmen get 1 on, and they get him to second. They get nothing out of it. So after 1 here at Ironman Field, it is the Saint John Alpines 2, your Chatham Honda Ironman, no score, on this special Friday night edition of O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. So we go to the top of the second inning here. The Alpines out to a 2-0 lead. Lots of game left here, though. As we move on to the top of the second, it'll be the catcher Van Snick leading it off. So Van Snick's going to jump in here. Only has 4 at-bats on the season, is 2 for 4. And that is high for ball 1 to start off the top of the second inning from Lester. That's high for ball 2. So again, the Alpines come in tonight 4-12, but again, with 12 games left, anything can happen here in the New Brunswick Senior Baseball League. That's high for ball 3. Again, the Royals and Islanders have played 20 and 21 games respectively. The Mets 18. The Ironmen are playing their 16th here tonight and 17th, and the Alpines are playing their 17th and 18th. So a 4-pitch walk there to Van Snick to lead off the second inning. So that'll bring up Ryan Galbraith, the first baseman. Galbraith, 12 for 48 on the season, good for a .250 average. Couple of doubles in there as well. He's going to bat here with 1 on and nobody out in the top of the second inning. Lester tries to reset here after the 4-pitch walk. And that first one's right down Broadway for strike 1. If you're Galbraith, probably not going to get a better one to hit than that one. And there's a foul tip into the glove for strike 2. So again, this is the third time we've seen Lester in the last 8 days. Threw a complete game here last Thursday against the Royals. Pitched an inning and a third in relief here. That's in the dirt. And the runner's going to move up. And no throw, so that'll be a wild pitch. Threw an inning and a third here against the Royals on Tuesday, where he picked up the win as the Ironman walked it off. And now seeing him here again tonight. That's not very nice, Brent. 3 a.m.'s a bit of a stretch. That one is popped out of play, so that'll keep the count 1-2. Let's hope we can take the under on that one. 3 a.m. seems a little bit excessive, not gonna lie. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Galbraith. Lester's got the one he likes. Look out to second, and that is right there. That was a pretty good one. I'm going to assume that JP thought it was just a bit down. So now 2-2's the count. And that is fouled at the plate. So the count is 2-2 here. Again, nobody out in the top of the second. Van Snick's out at second base after a walk and advancing on a wild pitch. So Lester's got the one he likes here. Another 2-2, and that is lined into right center field. That's going to be a base hit. That one is going to be cut off by the center fielder, McKay, but that'll be an RBI single for Galbraith. And just like that, it's 3-0 Alpines. So good at bat there for Galbraith after falling behind 0-2. Able to work it back to 2-2 and then square one up for a line drive base hit into right center. And again, the wild pitch comes back to hurt a little bit as that allowed Van Snick to move up to second and score. So it's going to be the third baseman, Matt Dignam, now the number 8 hitter for the Alpines, with a runner at first and nobody out here. And that is high for ball 1. So Lester battling it a little bit here early. Trying to settle her down. And that is on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Dignam hitting .296 on the season, has 27 at-bats, 8 hits, couple doubles. And Lester working quickly here, and that's fouled off at the plate. Runs the count to 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Dignam. The Alpines have 1 here in the top of the second. Still nobody out. And here it comes. That is fouled off. Lester kind of laughing at himself out there. He just can't seem to, not getting a whole lot of swing and misses right now. I don't think there's been a single one yet. Few called strikes, 1 foul tip, but no swing and misses. And that is high and away for a ball. So that now runs the count to 2-2. So Lester going to have to find another gear here in the top of the second inning. And that is fouled down the left field line, so that'll keep it at 2-2. So 2-2 again here. Lester's got the one he wants. And that is number to first. Leggett will go to second for 1, and that's all they're going to get. So Galbraith is erased on the 3-6 fielder's choice for the first out of the inning. Dignam will now replace him at first base. So 1 out now for the number 9 hitter. So Noah Woodall is going to bat here in the 9 hole, second baseman for the Alpines, and that is on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Woodall, according to the stats in front of me, does not have an at-bat this season. That is pop foul down the first base side. He has made a couple of pitching appearances for the Alpines, but has no at-bats. So first plate appearance for Woodall on the season. Either that or they cut off the stats. One of those two. There you go. We got our stats man. There's a swing and a miss there for strike 3. We got our stats man over in the press box here letting us know. We'll pull her up on the website here just to get the completeness. He must just be down. He does. He does have at-bats. Coming in, he was 0 for 6. And after that strikeout, he's 0 for 7. So back to the top of the order here now for Connor Hill. And that's on the outside part of the plate for a strike. So 2 out here now for the Alpines. Here comes the 0-1, and that one is hit in the air to left field. Lantang parked under it, and he's going to make the play. So the Alpines tag one on here in the top of the second, inning and a half in the books. It's the Alpines 3 and the Ironmen no score on a Friday night edition of Ironman Baseball Live, brought to you by O'Donaghues Irish Pub. So we go to the bottom of the second here. Ironman in a 3-zip hole. Nick Leggett's going to lead it off for them. As the glorious sounds of Bad Blood fill the airwaves here at Ironman Field. And that can only mean that Big Fours is stepping into the box. Leggett up to 256 on the season, 11 for 43. And he's going to be trying to get the Ironman going here in the bottom of the second inning. Leggett, Walsh, and Goss. That is way outside for ball 1. Hope you're enjoying the game so far. If you're watching on Facebook or on the Ironman YouTube page, welcome in. And that hits Nick in the, looked like it might have been the left arm, maybe just in the side there. Either way, he wears one and he's on here to start the second inning. Take him any way you can get him, as they say. Yeah, if you're watching on the Ironman Facebook page or on the Ironman YouTube page, welcome in. We hope you're having a great Friday. It is a beautiful night here in Ironman Field. 23 degrees. Beautiful night for baseball. So Logan Walsh, the junior affiliate's going to step in here. Has 16 at-bats for the Ironman so far this year. 7 hits, 2 doubles, and 2 home runs. Hitting .438. Drawing the start at third base tonight. And that is popped up in between right and center. And the center fielder makes the call and makes the play. So that's a fly out to center field. First out of the inning here. So the runner remains over at first with 1 out. And it'll be Zach Goss. 3 for 12 on the season so far, hitting .250. All 3 of those hits are singles. And you're going to try to keep the line moving here. Big hole on that right side. See if he tries to take advantage. And that is outside for ball 1. Ironman trying to get something going here in the bottom of the second inning as they're down 3-0. But as we've seen from the last couple of games here at Ironman Field, never count them out. And that ball is fouled straight back. Evens the count at 1-1. One pitch, and there's a foul tip back into the glove for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now is the count to Goss. 1 out here, bottom of the second inning. Nick Leggett's over at first base after a hit by pitch. And that is outside for a ball, so it's going to run to 2-2 now. Big shout out to fan of the stream, Josh Kingston, watching from live from Moncton tonight. Hope you're having a good night, pal. Thanks for tuning in. The 2-2 here to Goss. And that is on the inside corner, and Goss knew it. And that is a called strike 3 for out number 2. Second K of the game for Nason. So that'll bring up Charlie Mollison here. Mollison, 11 for 30. Has a double and a triple, 367 average. He's going to bat with 2 out here in the bottom of the second inning. There goes Nick. Throw down to second, and Nick's going to be in there standing. So a stolen base for Nick Leggett. Not something I get to say a whole lot here on the stream, but put that one in the books for tonight. So Nick's now in scoring position here. With 2 out. Here comes the 1-0 now to Mollison. That's outside for a ball, 2-0. So decent-sized crowd here on a Friday night. We'll see how long they all hang around. Here comes the 2-0 to Mollison, and that's in there for a strike. He can run the count to 2-1. Charlie still in the driver's seat, though, with 2 out. So, again, the runner out at second is Nick Leggett. He reached with a leadoff hit by pitch. And then a steal of second here with Mollison at the dish. And that is away for a ball, 3-1. The number 9 hitter, Andrew Langtang, stands on deck. So 3 balls and 1 strike here with 2 out in the bottom of the second inning. Nason's got the one he wants. And that is popped up. That's going to be a long run, though, for the Alpines outfield, but Beach able to get there and make the play, and that's going to end the inning. So the Ironmen once again get a runner in the scoring position, but once again come away empty-handed. 2 innings in the books here on a beautiful Friday night from Ironman Field. The score is the Saint John Alpines 3 and your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman, no score. Of course, tonight's game is brought to you by our fantastic sponsor, O'Donaghues Irish Pub. Did you know they offer drink specials on Ironman game nights all summer long? Come on down and enjoy $2 off a 20-ounce Molson Canadian or Coors Draft. Open till midnight. O'Donaghues, welcome to your pub. So we go to the top of the third. 3-zip Alpines here. Couldn't ask for a better night for baseball. Not too hot. Sun shining. A good crowd. And it's Friday on top of that. Devin Thomas is going to step in here to lead off the third inning for the Alpines. And he takes a swing and a miss there for strike 1. He reached on a fielder's choice and scored back in the first. That ball is hit high in the air, third base side. Logan Walsh underneath it and will make the play. Devin Thomas never left the batter's box, but the ball, even though the ball landed in fair territory. So it is a F5 for the first out of the inning, and it'll be Matt Beach, who did big-time damage back in the first as he hit the first pitch he saw way on out of here. And that is down and in for ball one. Cracked one out of here to left center for a 2-run home run. And there's a swing and a miss. Well, 1-1's the count here. 1 out in the top of the third. And there's a swing and a miss again. Lester made him look a little foolish there with that splitter. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Lester looking for his second strikeout of the ball game. And that's going to be down the right field line, but foul. Just an excuse me, stick the bat out there. And first base umpire Stephen Clark able to get out of the way and make the call. A little bit of an awkward body positioning, but I definitely give him a 7.5 out of 10 on that one. So here comes the 1-2 again. That is down and away for a ball. Try to get him to chase. Good evening, everybody, from wherever you're watching from out there. The score is 3-0 Alpines here. Here comes the 2-2. And there is a ball hit to short. 7 hopper to Keating. And that's going to be a 6-3 for the second out of the inning. So 2 out here. And that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Cole Flowers. Ground there to short his first time. So here comes the first pitch to Flowers from Lester. And there's a swing and a miss. Not sure what Flowers was looking at there way up to the left, but swung through that one for strike one. Lester's starting to settle down a little bit here. And that's right there for strike two. So 0-2 here now to the Alpines left fielder and cleanup hitter, Cole Flowers. As Lester tries to go 1-2-3 here. And there's a swing and a miss. That one's in the dirt. Good block by Watkin. Throw down to first, and that's going to do it. So a fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout. Just how they drew it up in the dugout. 3 up, 3 down here in the top of the third. For Lester, and they're going to go to the bottom of the third, trying to get the bats going again. As it's the Saint John Alpines 3, your Chatham Miramichi Ironmen, no score on this special Friday night edition of O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live, with the sights and sounds brought to you by my close personal friends at Elitecast Media. So we go to the bottom of the third here. It's going to be the number 9 hitter for the Ironman, Andrew Lantang. Drawing a start here tonight. Tanger's 4 for 15 on the season, 267 average. 3-1 odds. He lays one down on the first pitch. No, takes that one down for a ball. So Lantang top of the order here to go to the Ironman third. 3-0 Alpines. Alpines have 3 runs on 2 hits. That ball is hit, popped up into left. And that's going to be caught out there. F7 for the first out of the third. So we're going to turn it back over to the top of the Ironman order now. Mike McKay. McKay grounded out to third, unassisted his first time. Ironmen have one hit so far. It was a single by Chris Keating. They've had a couple of base runners. Keating was on in the first and stole second, was stranded there. Leggett got on in the second with a hit by pitch, stole second, was stranded there. So Ironman trying to change that fortune a little bit here in the third. Digging them in over at third, anticipating a potential bunt. And that ball is down for a ball. So taking that bunt away. As the shadows start to stretch further over the field here at Ironman. There's a big hack from Mike for strike one. So here comes the 1-1. That is off the plate outside for a ball. So 2 balls, 1 strike's the count here. And that ball is hit hard into left center field gap. That one's going to get down and it's going to go all the way to the wall. Going to bounce around in the track out there. A bad throw coming back in from left, but that'll be a double for McKay. And the Ironmen once again have a runner in scoring position here with 1 out now in the bottom of the third. And the guy they want at the plate here, the big shortstop, number 8, Chris Keating. Keats riding a hot one here. Had a single his first time up to move his average up to 400 for the season. And he's going to bat here with 1 out and a runner at second. So the Ironmen with a runner in scoring position for the third time tonight. All 3 innings so far. And that is on the outside part of the plate for strike one. So Nason's got the 0-1 now. Here it comes. And that ball's in the dirt. Nice block there from Van Snick. Will keep McKay out at second. A couple of nice blocks there from Van Snick so far. So 1 ball, 1 strike's the count here to Keats. Again, Keats played hero here the other night with a big 3-run home run to walk off the Royals. And that ball is fouled back. Keats was right on that one, just unable to square it up, and that runs the count now to 1-2. Keats a big part of the game here last Thursday as well, as he had a 2-run single in the 3-run bottom of the 6th for the Ironmen that gave them the insurance that they needed. Hang on to a 5-2 victory. So a quick visit from the catcher to the pitcher here just to make sure they're on the same page with the signs. So Keating's going to step back in here with the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out here, bottom of the third inning. And McKay going. And that ball is hit in the air. And that ball, a little bit of a misread there in right field. But Thomas able to recover and make a TV slide catch out there. Again, a big, mighty swing from Keating there. Thomas was froze, thinking that it may have been deeper, but able to make the adjustment and come in and make the play. So that turns it to 2 out now, and that's going to bring up Big Tex Dylan Lester. Trying to help himself out here. He struck out back in the first inning. So McKay still out at second base with 2 out here. And that's inside and got him. So Dylan wears that one. We'll go down to first base with the hit by pitch. That is the second hit batter of the game for Nason. Third hit batter of the game overall. The Ironman no stranger to getting plunked. That is for damn sure. So we take a quick look at got to expand the webpage. I really wish the webpage was a little more user-friendly. If anybody out there from I have to scroll so much. I'm sorry. To see the stats that I want. So the 2 hit batters tonight. We'll get that information for you in just a second here. So that's going to bring Watkin in here now. There goes the runners. And they're going to throw down to second. And the ball's going to get away. So a double steal there. They elected to try to go to second to get Lester, unable to do so. So a couple of steals on that one. Yeah, I just don't like that I have to click more. If anyone out there is listening, Ferg, if you're out there, I wouldn't mind just Excel data dumps would be super helpful. Those two hit batters tonight for the Ironmen. They're 20th and 21st on the season. And that ball's in the dirt. So 1-1's the count here to Lester, or Watkin. I'm all out of sorts now, having to deal with the website. Got to deal with the website. Now I'm all rattled. It's going to be a long night, folks. Just putting that out there in advance. Doubleheader Fridays here as the sun peeks behind a cloud. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count here to Watkin. 2 out, couple in scoring position. And that ball is fouled back. Look out! Coming right into your living room there, folks. So that runs the count now to 1-2. It just whizzed like cool visual. I'm going to screenshot that after. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the count to Watkin. Nason's got the one he wants. Comes set. Here comes. And that is outside off the plate for a ball. Nason wanted that one. I think that pitch was clearly outside. Very little in the way of complaints. Just a good dot, but definitely outside. So the count is 2-2 now. And that ball is dumped into center field. That's tailing away from Beach, but he's going to get there and make the play. So once again, the Ironmen get runners in scoring position, and once again they come away with a goose egg. 3 innings complete in the books here. The score is the Saint John Alpines 3, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman. No score on this special Friday double dip edition of O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. So we go to the top of the 4th inning. Ironman in a 3-0 hole here so far. They've had their chances, but still long way to go here. Long night of baseball ahead, folks. As this is game 1 of a doubleheader. My understanding is that the break between games will be short. We'll be leaving the stream up between games. It'll be the same feed on both platforms, Facebook and YouTube. We'll just put a little graphic up there, but it'll be the same videos, same link on both platforms. So hang around. We're in for a heck of a night. We go to the top of the 4th here, and the first pitch is in the dirt to Alpines DH Mark Legier. That one's high for ball 2, so Lester behind Legier here, 2 balls, no strikes to start the top of the 4th inning. That one fouled straight back. Look out again. The boys are all over trying to pepper the camera here, but just missing it. The words of Nelson Muntz. That's outside for a ball. 3 balls, 1 strike. So 3-1 here to the Alpines leadoff hitter here in the 4th inning. That ball fouled back again. So that runs the count full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Lester has retired 6 straight. Here comes the 3-2. And that is outside for ball 4. So he walks the leadoff hitter here to start the top of the 4th inning. So that'll bring up Van Snick here. He walked and scored a run his first time. He walked and advanced to second on a wild pitch and then scored on a Ryan Galbraith single. So he bats here with 1 on and nobody out in the top of the 4th. And first pitch from Lester, mighty hack there from Van Snick. Pitch that was up and in for strike 1. So quickly ahead here, no balls, 1 strike. Bouncing back after the walk. And he bunts that one, pops that one up. That's going to go foul. The Alpines trying to play a little small ball here, but doesn't work out the way they wanted it to. So 0-2 now to Van Snick, the Alpines catcher. So Lester's got the one he wants here on 0-2. And we're going to check that one, I think. Or not. No, yes, no. Guess not. So 1-2 is the count. And that's outside for a ball. 2-2. And that ball is hit high and deep to left field, at the track, at the wall. It's out of here. Van Snick with a 2-run home run, as that was a no-doubter to left field, and it's 5-0 Alpines. Wasn't fooled by that one, and that one just screams off the bat over the Dawson's Painting and Drywall sign in left center field. Second home run of the game for the Alpines. And now they're up 5-0. So we reset now, and it's going to be Galbraith here, the first baseman. That ball is inside on the hands, grounder to second base. So 1 pitch from right back in here. That's the first out of the 3rd inning. So again, the Alpines with a couple of no-doubt home runs here in the first few innings of this ball game. So that'll bring Dignam up here, hit into a fielder's choice his first time. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. That one misses a little high, runs the count to 1-1. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 now is the count here. 1 out, top of the 4th inning. And that's right there for ball 2. So 2-2 is the count here. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So the third strikeout of the game for Lester as he bounces back after the home run with a ground out and a strikeout. So it'll be the number 9 hitter now for the Alpines, Noah Woodall. Their import this season, struck out his first time. And that's inside for a ball. That's curveball in there for strike 1. That one misses a little high. 2 balls, 1 strike to count here. 2 out here in the top of the 4th inning. And that's a hard hit ball to second. Mollison up with it. So that'll end the inning. So Lester battles back after the home run with a couple of ground outs and a strikeout. But the Alpines tack on 2 more. Halfway home here in Game 1 at Ironman Field. It is the Saint John Alpines 5. Your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman. No score on O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. Nick Leggett here is going to lead it off to start the bottom of the 4th inning. And that misses outside for ball 1. Nick was hit by a pitch his first time and stole second and was stranded there back in the 2nd inning. And that ball is hit high in the air to right field, just in front of the track. And that's going to be caught out there by Devin Thomas for out number 1. So a couple of pitches and 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. And that'll bring up Logan Walsh. Flew to center field his first time. That's right there for strike 1. So halfway through the game here, Alpines 5 runs on 3 hits. Ironman no runs on 2 hits. That's a hard hit ball. It's going to be hard, and that's going to be booted. It was going to be a tough play anyway, but unfortunately Connor Hill unable to come up with it cleanly. We'll see what the scores downstairs give that. Could go either way. I'm going to say they give it a hit, but we'll see. We're still waiting. And it is officially scored a base hit. So Walsh is over at first now for Zach Goss. And there's a foul tip into the glove. So the comeback kid's going to have to do it again here tonight. They came back in both games against the Royals. They overcame a 7-0 deficit here Tuesday night, and they're going to have to overcome a 5-0 deficit here in the first game of this doubleheader. The 0-1, oh no, Nason steps off. Didn't like what he had there. Maybe thought something was up. And that was going to be a tough play, even if Hill came up with it cleanly. Walsh runs well. I think it was going to be a base hit regardless. And Goss tries to get that one down, unable to, trying to kind of caught between sack bunt and bunting for a hit there. So it's 0-2 here. One out, runner over at first. And that is outside for a ball. So Walsh, the runner over at first after an infield single. Goss struck out looking his first time. Trying to change the tune a little bit here second time up. Here comes the 1-2. That's fouled off at the plate. So Goss stays alive. You're the Ironman. You need a little bit of luck here. Broken bat, single, something off a bag, pitcher's mound. Turn the narrative around a little bit here. Here comes the 1-2 again. And that is outside for a ball. Those are some very close pitches on the outside part, but home plate umpire J.P. Richard not biting. So 2-2 now is the count. Goss having a gooder here. And that is outside again. That one was clearly outside. So a full count here. Oh. Oh, so now we have the disagreement over the count here. I was positive that was ball 3. We had it as ball 3. The official scoreboard had it as ball 3. The catcher thought it was ball 3. I think even Goss thought it was ball 3. I think everybody in the ballpark thought it was ball 3, and then they're going to talk it out here, and they're going to say, yes, sir, it is ball 3. So it's full count here. We'll see if the Ironman gets something going over at first base. And that's way outside for ball 4. Let's do a check here. Was that ball 4, guys? Ball 4. Okay, we're getting ball 4 from the clubhouse here. Ball 4 indeed. So the Ironman got a couple on here. So a couple on here with one out. Runner in scoring position again for the 4th inning in a row. Here's Charlie Mawson. Mawson flew out to center his first time. And that ball is popped up out of play. Mawson with a bit of a grimace, wanted a bit of a better result out of that one. It ends up being a foul back for strike 1. The Ironman stranded a runner at second in the first, runner at second in the second, runners at second and third in the third, and have runners at first and second here in the 4th. For Charlie Mawson. That ball is hit down the left field line, and that'll be out of play for strike 2. And my sources tell me that sounded like a windshield down the line, so if you happen to be in the ballpark and listening to the sound of my voice for whatever reason, and you're parked down the third baseline, probably go give your vehicle a little check here. 0-2 is the count here to Mawson, and that is in the dirt. Good block there by Van Snick. How long until game 2? No idea. Depends how long game 1 is. We're going to play it by ear here. I believe they're going to be doing a quick turnover between the 2 games here, try to get it in as quick as possible. And that is a little bleeder into center. That's going to be caught. Mawson tried to flip one into center, not able to get it there. So that'll be out number 2, and that'll bring up the Ironman number 9 hitter, Andrew Lantang. So here's Langtang now with 2 out and 2 on. And that is down for ball 1. And that one right there for strike one evens the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. And that ball is hit into left field, and that's going to be a base hit. Logan Walsh going to get the stop sign here at third. So Lantang stuffs one through the left side, and that's a base hit, and that'll load him up and turn it back over to the top of the order. So that'll bring Mike McKay up here. McKay 1 for 2. Had a double and a stolen bases last time. Bats here with the bases loaded and 2 out in the bottom of the 4th. And that's inside for ball 1. And McKay with a disgusted look at himself because he didn't wear that one. McKay routinely in the double digits of hit by pitches, and I think he's mad at himself that he didn't wear that one in some part of his body. And that ball is fouled out of play, so that'll even the count at 1-1. We've seen that a couple times from the Ironmen here over the last couple of days where they are absolutely not afraid to wear one. We've seen it from both McKays actually a couple of times here that they've kind of intentionally or accidentally gotten out of the way of one. So 1-1 here is the count. And that ball is down. So Mike liable to get something good to hit here. Again, nowhere to put him with 2 outs and the bases loaded. And Chris Keating standing on deck. Here comes the 2-1, and that is swing and a miss for strike 2. So 2-2, 2 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Critical juncture here in this ball game. Bases are loaded. A single, a walk, and another single. And here comes the 2-2. And that is down and in for ball 3. So runners will get a little bit of extra assistance here. 3 pretty good runners on the base pass for the Ironmen in the form of Walsh, Goss, and Lantang. And they'll get a little extra assistance here on the full count. And that is outside for ball 4. So that'll be a walk and an RBI for McKay. And more importantly, that continues the inning for Chris Keating. And that is going to draw a visit from the Alpines bench. So again, the Ironmen have chipped away in this inning. An infield single from Logan Walsh. Zach Goss with a good at-bat that resulted in a walk. Andrew Langtang stuffs one through the left side for a base hit. Mike McKay with a 6-pitch walk. So now it's 5-1. The Ironmen are on the board here in the bottom of the 4th. And all of a sudden, the Ironmen with the tying run to the plate and probably the best guy on the roster to do it in the form of Chris Keating. The bases remain loaded here with 2 out. Keating's 1 for 2. He has a single, a stolen base, flew out his last time. And that ball is hit hard towards second. And they're going to come up with it, and they're going to make the play. So the Ironmen get 1 back, but unfortunately Strand, the base is loaded. So after 4 complete here at Ironman Field, it is the Saint John Alpines 5 and your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 1. I'd like to acknowledge our sponsor, O'Donaghues Irish Pub. Thursday nights are wing nights at O'Donaghues Irish Pub. 8 wings done to perfection for $9.50 with your choice of sauce. Enjoy your wings with a Molson Canadian or Coors Draft for $2 off on Ironman game nights. Located in the heart of downtown Chatham in the historic Williston House, O'Donaghues, welcome to your pub. So we go to the top of the fifth inning here. The Alpines continue to lead. It's 5-1 now as the Ironmen have gotten on the board, and it's back to the top of the order for the Alpines and Connor Hill. That ball's outside for ball one. The Alpines scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the fourth. The Ironmen, their only run came there just in the bottom of the fourth inning. And that ball is hit hard, and Logan Wall stabs that one and makes a throw across the diamond for out number one. A nifty little play by the Ironman third baseman there. 5-3 in your books if you're scoring at home. For out number one here in the top of the fifth. That'll bring in Devin Thomas here. Thomas is over 2. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored. Popped out to third base his last time. And that ball is inside for ball one. That's a swing and a miss at a sweeper in the dirt for strike one. 1-1's a count here to Thomas, the Alpines right fielder. And that is outside for a ball. And that's outside for a ball, 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike here to Thomas. There's a swing and a miss, another sweeper in the dirt. The Alpines have some action going in the bullpen here as Sherman Yo warming up down the left field line right now. And that is ball 4, as that one misses inside. So Thomas will work himself a free pass. So it's 1 out and 1 on here for the center fielder, Matt Beach. Beach, 1 for 2 in the game. Had a 2-run home run back in the first inning. Grounded out to short as last time. And that is high for ball 1. Now, I will say Lester's not looking like his usual Lester self. A little wilder than usual. And that's splitter in there for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. The Alpines lead 5-1 here in the top of the 5th inning. 1 out. Devin Thomas is the runner over at first. And there is a swing and a miss. Beach was a couple seconds late on that one. So that runs the count now to 1-2. Lester has had to battle. Giving up a couple of home runs. The Ironmen have had chances. They've had runners on in every inning. They've had runners in scoring position, as a matter of fact, in every inning. The only run they've scored came in the bottom of the 4th on a Mike McKay bases-loaded walk. So here comes the 1-2 again to Beach. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3, as Beach tried to check it, unable to. 4th strikeout for Lester. And that'll be out number 2. And bring up Cole Flowers, who's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. So Lester trying to hold them down here. That is outside for a ball. So 1 ball, no strikes to count here to the Alpines cleanup hitter, Cole Flowers. And that is lined into right field. That's going to be a base hit. Goss is up with it. Devin Thomas is going to try to go to third. Here comes the throw, and it's offline. So Thomas able to go first to third on that one. So they will be runners at the corners now with 2 out. For the Alpines here. That'll bring up Mark Legier. Legier is 0 for 1 in the game. He walked his last time. Was also grounded out to third. So runners at the corners here with 2 out for the Alpines as they try to expand on their 5-1 lead here. No, my son has not bought me any pizza. We are unsure. We believe the pizza might have just arrived, as we were actually talking about that after the last half inning, that we hadn't smelled the pizza yet. My son is in the ballpark, though. And that ball is hit to third. Logan Walsh up with that one. And he will make a throw across the diamond, so a couple on the corners. They get nothing. Leicester able to get out of it. 4.5 innings in the books here. The Alpines remain ahead. It is Saint John 5, your Chatham Miramichi Ironmen 1. Here on a beautiful Friday night edition of Ironman Baseball Live, brought to you by O'Donaghues Irish Pub and our friends at Elitecast Media. So the Alpines are going to go to the bullpen here. Matt Nason's night is done after 4 innings of work. They're going to bring in Sherman Yeo. Yeo's going to be making his 6th appearance of the season. He has thrown 14 and a third. Previously has a 3.42 ERA. He's going to come in here with a 5-1 lead that he has to try to protect for 9 outs. So Yeo's into the ball game here and is going to have to face the 3-4-5 for the Ironmen, Lester Watkin and Nick Leggett. Don't have any information for game 2, Brent. Only thing I do know is Zach Newman will be taking the ball for the Ironmen. We do not have an official confirmation of who is going to be pitching for the Alpines. We've heard a few names being bounced around. I guess it probably depends on how they make it through this first game. But we do know Zach Newman will be taking the ball for the Ironmen. So 5-1 here is the score for the Alpines. As we go to the bottom of the 5th, 9 outs left for the Ironmen to work with here. And that ball is spiked in the left-hand side batter's box. The first pitch from Yeo is outside for ball 1. That ball is pounded foul in the left field line. Yeo, a veteran of the Saint John baseball scene, has bounced back and forth between the senior teams and a variety of the intermediate teams down there. But that ball is hit hard by Lester down the line. That is foul. So Lester out in front of those last two. Starters in this game were Matt Nason for Saint John and Lester, who is still pitching in the game for the Ironmen. So here comes the 1-2, and that ball is high and tight for a ball. And that ball is A hanging curveball pounded in the left center field for a base hit by Lester. So the Ironmen have the first man on here in the bottom of the fifth. So that'll bring Watkin up here with one on, nobody out here. Lester with a leadoff single. Watkin has flied out to center twice. And there's in there for strike one. Watkin was thinking about it. Decided to not pull the trigger. Oh, and one's the count here to Watkin. That is a curveball in there for strike two. I don't think Watkin was a big fan of that call. So 0-2 is the count here. And that's inside for a ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count here to the Ironman catcher. Lester's the runner over at first with a modest lead. And that's fouled off at the plate. Good crowd here on a Friday night. Again, I think this is probably outside of playoffs. This is the first Friday night game I've done here at Ironman Field in 3 seasons of Ironman broadcasts. And we got another one to come after this, folks. So stick around. Again, it'll be the same feed, same video. You can just leave the page open between games. Go grab a snack. Maybe grab a cold one. And that ball is hit high and deep to left field. Over the head of the left fielder. They're going to come into 3 here. Lester's going to be safe at third. So that is a double for Jeff Watkin. As he hit that one right on the nose, maybe showing some signs of busting out here. And just like that, the Ironmen have runners on second and third with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. So that'll bring up Nick Leggett. Leggett is 0 for 1, was hit by a pitch and stole a base his first time, flew out to right field his last time. Alpine's playing back here, conceding the run, so anything past the pitcher, they'll make it a 5-2 ball game. That's the way you have to look at it if you're the Ironman. Or hit that one hard. That's a base hit into left field. So that'll score 1. Again, we've been talking about it for a couple days, looking for Watkin and Leggett to heat up. Looks like maybe Sherman Yeo is exactly what the doctor ordered for them as they go back-to-back hard hits. And that's an RBI single for Leggett. Makes it a 5-2 ball game. And it'll be runners at the corners here, still nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. So again, the comeback kid Ironman at it again here as they score 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. They've gone from 5-zip to 5-2. And Logan Walsh is at the plate now representing the tying run. Second time tonight the Ironmen have had the tying run at the plate. They had the tying run at the plate in the 5th or 4th in the form of Chris Keating with the bases loaded. So Yo has come into the game here in relief of Matt Nason and has not yet retired a batter. Has allowed a single, a double, and a single. And now here's Walsh. And Walsh hits that one hard. And that's going to be bonked on. I'll tell you what, that was a fortunate bounce for Connor Hill as he wore that one off the chest. But it bounced right over to the second baseman, Noah Woodall, who will retire Nick Leggett at second base on the fielder's choice. So if you're scoring that one at home, folks, that is a 6-4 fielder's choice and a run batted in for Logan Walsh as Watkins scores. So that makes it 5-3, and the Ironmen now with 1 out here have a runner at first base. And you throw over here. So again, that was Fortunate for both teams. Fortunate for the Ironmen because that was a tailor-made double play ball. Fortunate for the Alpines because Hill able to get the body in front of it and it deflected towards the second baseman, able to pick it up and make the play. So the result of the play is an out but a run, so it's 5-3. And a throw over to first here as Yo concerned about Walsh over there. So Goss is at the plate here, has 0 for 1 with a strikeout and walked his last time. And there goes the runner, and that's going to be hit to second. That'll take a big hop. So that'll be a 4-3 putout. As a little hit and run there. So Walsh moves up to second base. So it'll be runner in scoring position now for Charlie Mawson. 2 out here. Mawson has flown out to center twice. And that is down for ball 1. So again, Mawson up here. Logan Walsh is the runner at second. The Ironmen have scored 2 here in the inning to make it 5-3. That ball is hit hard from Charlie Mawson. That's going to be in the gap. Logan Walsh is going to score. Mawson hustling hard into second, and that's going to make it a 5-4 ball game. Charlie Mawson with an RBI double, and the Ironmen are within 1. There is no such thing as quit in this Ironman ball club. So here's Andrew Langtang, 1 for 2, singled his last time on a pitch through the left side. Has a chance here with a base hit here to tie the game. Ironman up to 8 hits in the game now. And that ball is popped out of play over on the third base side for strike 1. So again, the Ironmen found themselves down 5-0, but have scored 1 in the bottom of the 4th and 3 so far here in the bottom of the 5th, and we're in a 5-4 ball game. And if Langtang can reach here, you got the top of the order coming around again. And that's in the dirt for a ball. Nobody warming up in either bullpen here at the moment, so the Alpines putting their trust in Sherman Yo to figure this out. Again, the Alpines have to get through another game tonight and also a split doubleheader on Sunday in one of the most ridiculous schedulings I've ever seen. And that's down for a ball. The Alpines on Sunday will travel to the island to play PEI at 1 and then back across the bridge and play in Moncton at 7:30. So after a Friday night doubleheader, just say it, folks, it's a hell of a weekend for Saint John Alpines, and that's inside. So now it's 3-1 here, and if you're the Ironman, you would love nothing more than a free pass to the number 9 hitter. And that is on the outside part for a strike, so that'll run it full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And again, the Alpines, without Mark Phillips, without Adam Clark here tonight. Here comes the 3-2. And that is fouled out of play. So a good at bat here from Langtang. So Langtang battling. Again, last time up, drove a single through the left-hand side. So a full count, 2 out here. Mawson's the runner out at second. Here comes another one. And that is down for ball 4. So a walk to the number 9 hitter. And that'll turn it back over to the top of the order for Mike McKay. McKay's 1 for 2 in the ball game, has a double, a walk, an RBI, and a stolen base. His last time up, he walked with the bases loaded to score the Ironman's first run of the game. And has a chance here to flip the script. 2 out, runners at first and second. And that is down and away for ball 1. The Ironmen have sent 8 men to the plate now here in the inning. The only one who has not hit and is in the on-deck circle is Chris Keating. That is right there for a strike. I don't think Mike liked that one, as Mike thought that one was down. But it evens the count here at 1-1. And that ball is a curveball hit high and deep into center. Back goes Beach, and he makes the play. But the Ironmen scored 3 here in the inning, and all of a sudden we're in a 1-run ball game, as after 5 complete here in Ironman Field in the first game of the super sexy Friday night doubleheader baseball live, it is the Saint John Alpines 5 and your Chatham Miramichi Ironmen 4. So we go to the top of the 6th inning here. I've said it the last couple times out, but don't change that channel if you're watching on the Ironman Facebook page or the YouTube channel. 5-4 ball game here. St. John ahead. Recapping the game so far, the Alpines scored 2 in the top of the first on a 2-run home run by Matt Beach. They scored 1 in the second on a RBI single from Ryan Galbraith, and they scored 2 in the... Where did I miss? I missed something there. And they scored 2 in the fourth. That's in there for strike 2, so Lester quickly up 0-2. And again now, if all of a sudden Lester's going to get locked in here, might be just what the doctor ordered. And that is able to hold that one back. Van Snick, who's up here, 1 for 1 in the game. He had a 2-run home run his last time and a walk. He has scored both times he's been up. So 1 for 1 with 2 runs scored, a couple RBIs. The Ironmen battled back with 1 in the bottom of the 4th on a Mike McKay bases-loaded walk and scored. And that is bounced out in front of the plate. This is going to be a very tough play. Lester up with it, throws it. And nothing he could do there. That's an infield single for Van Snick. Again, that was just a no-man's land chopper. Lester tried everything he could do there to get it and make a flip to first, but that was going to be a base hit. The Ironmen scored 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Nick Leggett with an RBI single, Logan Walsh with an RBI fielder's choice, and Charlie Molson with an RBI double. So it's 5-4 ball game here. Alpines have the first man on at the top of the 6th. As they look to try to get something going here. There is some action going in the Alpines bullpen. We'll try to get you who that is here in a second. She's a ways down there. Need a little bit of technology to figure it out. And first pitch to Galbraith is ripped into right field for a base hit. So just like that, the Alpines have the first 2 men on here on an infield single and a base hit to right. Looks like it was Nathan Betts warming up down the line for the Alpines. Quick session down there, though, as he is now retreated to the dugout. So first 2 men on here. Then Dignam showing bunt way in advance here. And he gets it down. And that's going to be a bunt right back to the pitcher. And an easy little 1-5 fielder's choice over at third. So Van Snick is erased on the 1-5 fielder's choice. Again, a very deliberate bunt there, but Dignam bunts it right back to the pitcher. You could hear Jeff Watkin immediately yelling 3-3. So that'll bring up Noah Woodall here. Woodall's 0 for 2, has struck out and grounded out. We'll see if he's laying one down here with one runners at first and second, now 1 out. Not showing bunt here. Ironmen are expecting it, though. Long pause here from Lester just to see if he can get him to show. So again, the Alpines trying to play small ball here, but didn't work out. And that is a grounder to short. Keating to second for 1, and they're going to try to go to first, and that's all they're going to get. Now, ball's going to get away. Probably an ill-advised throw to first base there by the second baseman, Charlie Mollison. And that is a unforced error that is going to result in a run here for the Alpines. There's going to be a conversation here, and we're going to have a conversation out here at second base, I think, just to see. And we're going to have a conversation. I think the situation here is that felt maybe the contact was a little excessive out there at second base. So Kevin Bowe's out here to have a conversation with umpire Mike Doucette. So again, we have the benefit of hindsight up here, but so that is a fielder's choice 6-4. Dignam is erased for out number 2. That is E4 on the throw to first by Charlie Mollison, which allows the runner to score. So it is 6-4 now, and it is back to the top of the order here. Runner at first with 2 out. One and one is the count here. Connor Hill. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count. And that is chopped down the third baseline foul. So 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count here with 2 out. And that is fouled away again. Runner over at first base is Woodall here. The Alpines have scored 1 here in the inning. On an error by second baseman Charlie Mollison. And that is high for a ball. And that is hit into right field. Long run here for Goss. He's going to make the play. So that'll end the inning. The Alpines do get 1 as they put a couple guys on, and they're able to squeak one across on an error. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here. It is the Saint John Alpines 6 and the Chatham Ironmen 4 on this episode of O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. So we got a new pitcher in here for the Alpines. We're gonna go to the listicle here. Got a bit of a number missing from the information we got from the pregame packet, so we're gonna see who it is. So we got number 3. So it looks like it's number 3, Noah Woodall. I think the issue here is that Woodall has 33 written down as his number on the lineup card, but is number 3 actually in the game. So Woodall is going to be asked to come in to face Keating, Lester, and Watkin here in a 6-4 ball game. Woodall will be making his 4th appearance of the season. Has thrown 15 innings to an 8.87 ERA thus far. And that is inside for ball 1. As that one had a little bit of velo on it there from Woodall. And that is high for ball 2. So that'll quickly close the book on Sherman Yeo after an inning of work. He gives up 3 runs. And that is inside for ball 3. Woodall's enemy has been the free pass. He's walked 12 in 15 innings. And he walks the leadoff hitter here to start the bottom of the 6th. He throws hard, but has not shown a whole lot of control here in his brief time in the New Brunswick Senior Baseball League. Again, 15 innings, 18 strikeouts, 12 walks. Has also given up 30 hits, according to the website here. So that'll bring up Lester. And that is outside for ball 1. Lester's 1 for 2 in the ball game, has a single, was hit by a pitch, has a stolen base, and scored a run. And represents the tying run here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Big part of the order here for the Ironmen. And a throw over to first. And he's back safely. Ironmen have some action going in the bullpen as Zach Goss is starting to loosen up out there. Quiet bullpen at the moment for the Alpines. And that is back to the screen. 6 pitches and 6 balls here for Noah Woodall. So Keats will move up to second here on the wild pitch. So all of a sudden now Keats up to second base after the wild pitch. Woodall still trying to find the zone here. And that's ball 3. So 7 pitches and 7 balls. So 3-0 is the count here to Lester. Watkins standing in the on-deck circuit. Got to imagine she's full red here. And that's outside. And I'll tell you what, I don't think Woodall, other than the 4th ball to Keating, I don't think Woodall's been particularly close with any of the other 7. He's thrown 1 to the screen. So a quick little visit here from the catcher, Ryan Van Snick, to try to settle him down as he has put the first 2 on here on 8 pitches. So now the Ironmen have the tying run over at first base, the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of catcher Jeff Watkin. And we'll see how aggressive Jeff's going to be here after watching Woodall throw 8 straight balls to start the inning here. So Matt Nason, who threw 4 pretty solid innings here, gave up a run on 4 hits, has had to nervously watch his bullpen teeter on the brink here. And that is outside for ball 1. So 9 straight balls here. And Watkins squares her into bunt, and that one goes all the way to the screen. But it is called a strike. First one of those we've seen from Woodall so far. And that one's going to be a pass ball. As Van Snick should have had that one. on the outside part of the plate. So the runners have moved up now. So 1-1's the count here after a questionable first strike call. The runners have moved up to second and third on the pass ball. Woodall with a long look in here. So the Ironmen now the tying run 120 feet away. 180 feet away for those of us who can do math. Little off speeder there from Woodall in there for strike two. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now is the count. You're not going to get a better situation to get back in this ball game than right here for the Ironmen. Runners at second and third, nobody out. 1 and 2 is the count here. And that is down and away for a ball. That'll run it to 2 and 2. So 2-2 here, nobody out. 6-4 ball game for the Alpines here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nick Leggett, who's had a solid game so far, standing in the on-deck circle. And that's a curveball that misses inside for a ball. So that'll run it full now. So Woodall's in danger of walking him full. Technically, first base is open. But if you're Woodall, you're just trying to find the zone here. As he has thrown 13 pitches, 11 of them have been balls, arguably 12, because the first strike to Watkin was, let's say, generous at best. So here comes the full count pitch. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So first out of the inning here as Watkin goes down swinging. And that'll bring up Nick Leggett. So Nick is 1 for 2 in the ball game, has been hit by a pitch, has a RBI, or sorry, he's 0 for 2, been hit by a pitch, has an RBI fielder's choice, stolen base on his record as well tonight. He will bat here with 2 critical runs on the base pass in the form of Chris Keating and Dylan Lester. And that ball is right there for strike 1. So Woodall starting to find it a little bit here after a couple of nervous hitters. Big strikeout of Watkin. Needs another one of them here. Yeah, it's 6-4 is the score. That ball is hit high and deep to left field at the track. It's foul. So that one just foul. Landed in front of the honor roll down there in the left-hand corner. So 0-2 is the count here now to Leggett. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And that is grounded foul. So 0-2 is the count still here to Nick Leggett. 1 out. Runners remain at second and third here. And that ball is hit hard to short. That's going to get by. And that's a ball that Connor Hill has to come up with. I mean, I know that's a hard hit ball, but the shortstop's got to be one of your better defenders on the field. That's a hard hit ball, but again, another miscue from the Alpine shortstop. That one's into left field, and it's a 6-5 ball game. So now the tying run's 90 feet away. And Logan Walsh is up to the dish. Again, that's a really hard hit ball, but Hill was there. I think he probably got a glove on it. And that is on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. I think if you're the Alpines, that's where you really miss Adam Clark being out there as your shortstop. I'd venture to say that's probably a play Adam Clark comes up with. And then had the potential to double off either Lester or Keating. And that is down and away for a ball. But as it is, it's an RBI single for Leggett, his second RBI of the game. And the runners now, the tying run is 90 feet away at third base, and the go-ahead run's over at first. And Logan Walsh is up here. He's 1 for 3 with a single, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. Reached on a fielder's choices last time. That's it! High and deep to left field, at the track, at the wall! She's out of here! Logan Walsh turns it around, and it's 8-6 Ironman. My God, it's fun to be a fan of this baseball team as Logan Walsh completes the comeback. A 3-run shot into the left field screen, and it's 8-6. Logan Walsh, the junior affiliate, with his third big fly of the season. And again, you can never, ever, ever count this Ironman team out. From 5-0 to 8-6. And Goss now with a bunt. That's going to hit the ground. That's going to be a base hit. As Goss, and then look. And Woodall here not impressed with Goss laying that down. But again, he tried to drag bunt that down between first and second. He popped it up and it landed in no man's land. If Woodall wants to be mad at somebody, he should probably look in the mirror. After a couple of walks and a center pitch to Logan Walsh. I mean, you can't blame Goss for taking advantage of what the defense gives him here. I mean, this is still a close ball game. It's 8-6. The Alpines have had a good game at the plate, so not sure what Woodall has to be sooking about there. And that one's into Charlie, and now things are going to maybe get a little testy here. As that one's up and in, hits Charlie Mollison and look like the bicep. Not going to hurt those guns. So that's a hit by pitch, and that's going to move runners up to first and second now here with 1 out. And Langtang now going to drop this down, and that is going to go just foul. And Van Snick, I'm not sure if he kind of rolled his foot on the edge of the grass there or if he maybe collided with Woodall there as they were trying to make sure they picked that up when it was in foul. And I can't imagine Noah Woodall, the bunt police, is going to be happy with that one. But Langtang trying to get a sack bunt down there. So again, the Ironmen down 5-0 in this ball game have scored 4 in the bottom of the 6th here and now lead this game 8-6. 0-1's the count here to Langtang. And that one's popped up. And Van Snick makes a heck of a play there. Wow, heck of a play. Put a star next to that one, as that is a pop out to the catcher, Van Snick. Makes a great diving play here just in front of us. So Langtang's out P2. So now 2 outs, runners at first and second, and the 9th batter of the inning will come to the plate for the Ironmen in the form of Mike McKay. McKay's 1 for 3 in the ball game, has a double and a walk, a stolen base, and an RBI. Flew out to center his last time. And that is high and tight for ball 1. Again, we'll see what the Ironmen do here in the top of the 7th. They did have Goss out warming up. Goss currently standing out at second base. And that is in there for strike 1. So again, the Ironmen scored 3 in the 5th to make it a 5-4 game. They gave up 1 in the 6th on an error, but have scored 4 here. The big moment, a 3-run home run from Logan Walsh. And that is down and away for a ball. So that runs it to 2 balls and 1 strike now. 2-1 is the count. 2 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's an 8-6 ball game for the Ironmen. And that ball is hit hard to third. That's a fair ball. Going to be up with that. That's going to be a tough play, but McKay's going to be in there. That was going to be a ridiculously tough play for Dignam no matter what. Actually, that is Galbraith over at third base now. So that is an infield single for McKay. And the Ironmen have batted around now as we'll see Keats for the second time. He walked and scored to lead off this inning. And bats here now with the bases loaded. And that is high and away for ball 1. And that's ball 2. And again, nowhere to put Keats here with the bases loaded. Keats is 1 for 3, has a single, a stolen base, a run scored, and a walk. And that is down for ball 3. So 3-0 is the count here to Keats. Got to imagine he's taking one all the way here. And that's on the outside part of the plate for a strike. So again, the Ironmen have scored 4 here in the inning. They've sent now the 10 men to the plate. Hit batter, 3 walks. And that is ball 4. So Woodall with the bases loaded free pass. And that makes it 9-6. And that's going to do it as Woodall will go through 2/3 of an inning and he will be allowed to go no more. So the Alpines are going to go to the bullpen here. Let's see. We'll take a look at the lineup card here to see who we got, as we're missing a few people from the stat sheet we have here. So they're going to go to Justin McQuaid here. Again, looks like there's a few number typos on the sheet, because looks to me like he's wearing number 15, but the sheet here's got number 18. So this will be McQuaid's second appearance of the season. He's thrown a couple innings for them, 3.50 ERA, and is going to try to limit the damage here. So the Ironmen, again, have taken advantage of the Alpines bullpen. Matt Nason was cruising along here through 4, gave up a run, 4 hits, left the game up 5-1. The Ironmen scored 3 off of Sherman Yo in the 5th, off a couple of base hits, a couple of walks, and a big double, and have scored 5 here off of Noah Woodall. So Woodall will leave after 2/3 of an inning. He is responsible for all 3 runners on base here, and Dylan Lester is at the plate. Lester's 1 for 2, has a single, has been hit by a pitch, a walk, and has 2 runs scored. And that's on the just inside for ball 1. That was a pretty good first pitch there from McQuaid, but just inside, according to home plate umpire J.P. Richard. And that's right on the outside part for strike 1. So again, Woodall has allowed 5 and is responsible for the 3 that are currently on the base paths. And that ball is popped up to the right side. That is behind first base. It's going to be problematic with Devin Thomas Devin Thomas, who has just come into first base in this inning, able to make that play. So that'll be an F3, a nice little over-the-shoulder catch there from Thomas. But the damage has been done as the Cardiac Kids, the Ironmen, score 5 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And just like that, they go to the 7th inning, 3 outs away from a Game 1 victory with the score, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 9, the Saint John Alpines 6. Coming up in the 7th for the Alpines, it'll be the 2, 3, 4 hitters. And looks like Lester is going to come back out here to try to finish what he started. So we'll be back here in a minute with the 7th inning on O'Donaghues Irish Pub Ironman Baseball Live. And remember, folks, we have a second game here tonight. Be the same video, so you can just leave the stream open. No need to change it. We won't be taking it down. We probably just put a slide up for in-between games. We'll give you guys some information on how long it's going to be. I can already see Game 2 starter Zach Newman down the line throwing a little bit for not throwing, stretching a little bit for the Ironman. So we'll be back here for the 7th inning. So we go to the 7th inning here. It's going to be Devin Thomas leading it off here for the Alpines. And there is a swing and a miss for strike 1. Here comes the 0-1 now, and there's a swing and a miss for strike 2. So Lester quickly ahead of Thomas here 0-2. Here comes the 0-2, and that is outside for a ball. So again, the Alpines in the game, 6 runs on 6 hits. They have not committed an error. Ironmen have 9 runs on 12 hits, have committed 1 error, which allowed the 6th Saint John run to score. But the Ironman came in, scored 5 in the bottom of the 6th. And that's in the dirt, little bouncer. So the Ironman 3 outs away from a Game 1 victory here and evening their season record at 8-8. And that is inside for ball 3. Again, Saint John has been scrappy against Lester here tonight. A couple of home runs. And that's in the dirt for ball 4. So Devin Thomas with a veteran at bat there works a full count walk as he battles back from 0-2. So a great at bat there from Devin Thomas. Had himself a pretty good game as he's worked a couple of walks now. So that'll bring up Matt Beach. Beach is 1 for 3 in the game. Does have a 2-run home run way back in the first inning. And that's in there for strike 1. Again, Beach hit a ball that I don't know if it's come down yet. Way out of here to left center back when we still had some sunshine. That's on the outside part of the plate, just outside, according to home plate umpire J.P. Richard. Temperature holding pretty steady. It was 23 degrees at first pitch. We're down to 19 now. Overnight temperature is supposed to drop down to 11, so we will see it get a little bit cooler as the night moves on into the Friday evening here as we just passed the 9:30 portion, so just after 2 hours from first pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count here to Beach. And there is strike 3 called on the outside part of the plate. Beach didn't like it, so that's a strikeout. And that's out number 1. That'll bring up Cole Flowers now. Flowers is 1 for 3. Singled his last time. And we'll bat here with 1 out. Devin Thomas is the runner over at first base. And that's inside for a ball. Looked like a curveball that got away from Lester. Mr. Just a hair inside. And we're going to get a time call here from Flowers. And that is lined into right center field, and that is going to get down. Mike McKay over trying to cut it off. And we'll get the ball into second. Devin Thomas will easily take third base without a throw. So the Alpines now got something going here in the seventh, as they'll now get the tying run coming to the plate. So we're going to see Zach Elaine here make his first plate appearance. He came in as a defensive replacement with some of the substitutions earlier in the game. Elaine is 0 for 2 on the season at the dish, and that's in there for strike one. So again, runners at the corners here. Alpines have the tying run to the plate. And that is a foul ball. Foul ball. I think that one got a piece of the bat, a piece of Jeff, and a piece of home plate umpire J.P. Richard. The old triple deflection. So 0-2 is the count here. And that's in there for a ball. Not going to be able to score the game anymore because they asked us to turn the light off, so should have brought a highlighter. And there's a swing and a miss for strike three. And the Alpines are down to their last out. So that'll bring up Van Snick. Van Snick's had a great game at the dish. He is 2 for 2, has a 2-run home run, a single, a walk, 2 runs scored. He has had a great ball game so far. And we'll look to try to keep it going here with 2 out in the top of the 7th. Runner's going to take second there on defensive indifference. And that is strike one. So again, Van Snick representing the tying run here. All of Lester's focus right at the hitter. And that is a swing and a miss for strike two, and the Alpines are down to their last strike here in game one. 0-2, 2 out here in the top of the 7th. There's a swing and a miss. Ball game. The Ironmen do it again as they come back in the late stages, and they pick themselves up a 9-6 victory here in game one of the doubleheader. Again, folks, we are going to bring you game two here shortly. We will keep the same video on Facebook, the same video on YouTube. We're probably just going to put a little splash screen up, but we will keep the stream live. Just a second. We're just waiting. So we're hearing from the control room downstairs that the first pitch of game two is scheduled for 10:05 Atlantic time. 10:05 Atlantic time, so 25 minutes from now, we are scheduled to have the first pitch of game two. So we will be back for game two, but the final score here in game one of the super sexy Friday night doubleheader action at Ironman Field is your Chatham Miramichi Ironman 9, the Saint John Alpines 6. And again, we'll be back in about 25 minutes with game number two.
Those have been pretty good ones. Yeah, one of the kids has tried to get me to sign it. Yeah, I know. That's a lot of numbers. That is a lot of numbers.
That's on my wall myself.
Tries to raise his hand. You sign that, the kid tried to bring her somewhere.
Man, look at the name employer right now. Why would I do the whole run before you made my cup?
Oh, the first time.
No way. I would have been around the second before. It was crazy.
I mean, I guess that's there. It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's probably the worst report in the league. My fault. No one's way better. Ham and cheese is better. Crab is way better. What's that? More pudding's better. There we
No,
go.
but he's versatile.
Yeah,
He's Freddie's best catcher.
When he was here, he was way better than he was in Friday. I'm not gonna lie, boys. James been out shot.
It's the umpire report.
Oh, can I try that? Oh, you're a beauty. I don't care what they do.
10:05 what? 10:05 started.
When is it?
They're starting out.
Feels like my right.
Everyone asks you to slower.
It's old enough to make my room.
Well, no wonder he's got the entire
20.
pitch staff at Saint John Alpines on his back.
He doesn't.
I got the team on my back.
Hey, what were the calls for balls number 11 and 12 from the import? And there's another one.
I got some people from Saint John people in the chat that fucking TikTok on the hill there for a few minutes. Ball goes through. I didn't pitch down him.
I just said.
That's all the pitch. I know. Is it a mean thing to say on the live thing? Yes. Is it wrong? No.
Hey, Goose, you're in right field.
Good one lad. One lad saying, I'm trying to leave. So fucking people don't look like it. Working here? What's the deal, boy? You still alive? What do you mean downgrade? No, I was down there with the boys. Nick Jackson knows how to finish. This the old man. Oh my God. You did.
Tina.
by the seat of our pants here, boys. I don't have the lineups. I don't have nothing. We're just going. We're just rolling here. What can I say?
Thank you.
Well, I'm not muted. Why am I not muted? Oh. Just about to get going here for game 2, folks. We just had the lineups exchanged at home plate. We still don't have a copy of the lineups for game 2, so we might just try to wing that a little bit. I assume they might be similar to game 1. We do know the starters. For the Ironman, it's going to be the big lefty Zach Newman, and for the Alpines, it's going to be Ryan Galbraith, who'll be making his 7th start of the season. And we just got the lineups here as I checked my text messages from downstairs, which is perfect. So I just can confirm, yes, Ryan Galbraith will be starting for the Alpines. Lineup for the Alpines is very similar to game 1. So we're going to be live here in just a second. Just give me a minute or so to write these down. The Ironmen are about to take the field, and we'll get going. All good, folks. Just bear with me here. My right hand doesn't work as good as it used to. You can kill that now. So as you can see, Zach Newman is completing his warm-ups out there. I'm just finishing writing down the lineups we got here for game number 2. Again, very similar lineup here for the Alpines. It's going to be Connor Hill leading it off for them. Thomas, Beach, Flowers, Legier, Van Snick, Dignam. Matt Nason's going to designate hit and the number 8 spot, and Zach Elaine is playing right field in the number 9 spot. We do have one change in the lineup for the Ironman as well, as we have Tyrell Hebert starting in left field in place of Andrew Langtang here in game number 2. So here we go with the first pitch of game 2. Zach Newman making his 6th appearance of the season. And we're off and rolling here in game number 2, and the first pitch is inside for ball 1. Newman, 1-3 on the season with a 3.04 ERA, 25 in the third innings. And there's a foul tip into the glove for strike 1. Looking to move the Ironman record above 500 here with another win. And that is inside for a ball. The Ironman now on a 3-game heater after winning a couple against the Royals and winning the first game here in comeback fashion. Logan Walsh with the decisive blow, a 3-run home run in the bottom of the 6th. And that's there for strike 2. So that'll be 2-2 now here to Hill. Hill in the first game was over 3, was hit by pitch in the first inning of the first game. And there is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Zach Newman starts it off with a K. And that's the first out of the ball game. That'll bring Devin Thomas to the plate here. Thomas was on base. He had a couple of walks. He was 0 for 2 in the first game. Did have a run scored. A couple of walks again in there. Going to bat here with 1 out in the top of the first inning. Here comes the pitch from Newman. That's a curveball in there for strike 1. So again, 10:09 start here on a Friday night. That is fouled in the left field side. 19 degrees here at first pitch. It has been a beautiful day here. We had great weather for the first game. It hovered around 23. We do expect the temperature to go down into the 14-15 range here, depending on how long this game goes. And that is a banner down the first baseline, and that'll be foul, so that'll keep the count at 0-2. Again, we have another game here. This is the rare Friday night doubleheader. Again, some of the schedule constraints. This is only the 16th game of the year for the Ironman. Another 12 to go from here on out. And that is on the outside part of the plate for strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts to start the game for Zach Newman. Newman's last appearance was a couple of Mondays ago here at Ironman Field. He was on the wrong side of a 1-0 loss against the Mets. Pitched very well, but unfortunately was out-dueled by the Mets' big lefty Sam Lund. So 2 outs here. Matt Beach is going to step in, and that is just inside for ball 1. Beach was 1 for 4 in the first game, had a big 2-run home run in the first inning of game 1 that got the Alpines out to a 2-0 lead. And that is in there for a strike. So again, the Ironman, similar defense. The only change is Tyrell Hebert has checked in left field. Everybody else is the same as they were in the first game. And that is a nubber into right field. So Beach, with a good piece of hitting there off the end of the bat, able to drive that into right field. And the Alpines have their first runner of the ball game. So that'll bring up Cole Flowers. Flowers is on a couple times in the first game. Both of his last 2 at-bats. He's going to bat here with 2 out and a runner over at first. And that's a curveball in there for strike one. We've subbed out the out-of-town umpiring crew for the local umpiring crew. We got Miles Brito calling the balls and strikes. Brian Cummings down the first base line. Jason Dunnett down the third base line, currently out at second base in this part of the three-man configuration. That is a fly ball into right field. We got Charlie Mollison going over, and Mollison's going to make the play. Good communications out there, so no damage in the top of the first inning here to kick off game two. So we're going to go to the bottom of the first inning here with no score on this edition of O'Donaghues Ironman Baseball Live. Again, we'd like to thank the Elitecast media guys for bringing you the sights and sounds of this ball game. We'll take a look here at the lineup for the Chatham Ironmen. Again, very similar to the first game. Mike McKay leads off in center field. Chris Keating, the shortstop, batting second. Dylan Lester is going to DH in this game and bat third. Jeff Watkin, the catcher, batting fourth. Nick Leggett, the first baseman, batting fifth. Logan Walsh, the third baseman, with that big home run in the first game, batting in the sixth hole. Zach Goss is in right field again, batting ninth. Charlie Mollison's at second, batting eighth. And Tyrell Hebert, the left fielder, is batting ninth. And they're going to be taking on Ryan Galbraith here, who's going to make his seventh pitching appearance of the season for the Alpines. He's thrown 14 and 2/3 innings for them, has an 0-2 win-loss record and a 6.68 ERA. Again, the defense for the Alpines, very similar to game one. Left to right in the outfield, Flowers, Beach, and Zach Elaine draws the start out in right field in this one. Third to first in the infield, we've got Dignam over at third, Hill at short. Van Snick is out from behind the plate and going to be at second base in this one. Devin Thomas over at first, where he finished the first game. Mark Legier moves from the designated hitter role in the first game. He's going to catch here in the second game. So again, the Ironmen with a 8-6 victory here in the first game. That is their third consecutive win, all three of them from behind. As came from behind here a couple of Tuesdays ago, or a couple of Thursdays ago against the Royals. From a 2-0 deficit, they came back from a 7-run deficit here on Thursday night against the Royals, and from a 5-run deficit in the first game. And McKay swings at the first pitch, and that is going to be a nice play from Connor Hill. So a 6-3 putout to start the game. Hill went into the hole and got that one, makes a strong throw across the diamond, so McKay is retired for out number one. So that'll bring up Chris Keating. Keats was 1 for 3 in the first game, had a base hit, also had a couple of walks. Runs scored in there as well. And a little bit of a ball spiked in the dirt there, and here comes the 1-0. And that ball's in there for strike one. Galbraith with some nice velocity on that here early. Never seen him throw before, so again, looking, he's got some heat coming in here early. And that was a curveball that got in under Keats' hands. Keats hits that one down the right field line into the seats. So 1-2 is the count here. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning, no score. Alpines had a single in the top of the first from Matt Beach. Nothing else on the board. And that is strike 3 called. And Keith's going to have a bit of a conversation here as he was asking if that was on the swing or on the call. I don't think Keats liked the answer. Either way, it's a strikeout backwards. We're going to give it backwards. I think it was a called strike. It doesn't matter. Called strike, swing and strike. It's a strike. So a quick 2 outs here for Galbraith in the bottom of the first. And that is called a strike on appeal down to first base umpire Brian Cummings. That's in the dirt for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. The crowd has certainly thinned out here. And that's on the inside part of the plate for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes here. As to be expected. It is 10-20, and that is outside for a ball. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now. And that is hit hard into left field. That is going to be down. Wow, Flowers out there tried to make a diving play, just unfortunately unable to come up with it. So that'll be a 2-out single for Dylan Lester in the Ironman. Much like the Alpines in the top of the first, have a 2-out single here in the bottom of the first. So that'll bring up Watkin. Watkin in the first game was 1 for 4, had a double and a run scored. He will bat here with 2 out and Lester over at first. So a carbon copy here for the Ironman. And there's a swing from Watkin for strike 1. Again, Matt Beach with a 2-out single on their side. Lester with a 2-out single here. Great effort from Flowers, but unable to come up with it in left field. Able to get enough of it, though, to keep it from squirting past him, allowing Lester to take an extra base. That's a little cutter outside for a ball. And we're looking at a game that'll be... And that's a little nubber out in front of the plate that's going to go down the line. And nice fielding from Galbraith there. So that's going to be 1-3. So that's going to end the inning. So both teams with a single. Both teams unable to advance them any further. So an inning in the books here from Ironman Field in Game 2 of this Friday doubleheader. No score. We'd like to thank our sponsors, O'Donaghues Irish Pub. Remember, O'Donaghues has $2 off on Ironman game days. Go on down and check them out. $2 off, 20-ounce Molson Canadian or Coors Draft. Open till midnight. O'Donaghues, welcome to your pub. And we might have to make a call and see if they'll stay open a bit late for us, because we might be after that here tonight. So we go to the second inning here now. It's going to be the 5, 6, 7 hitters for the Alpines, Legier, Van Snick, and Dignam. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. If you're watching on Facebook or over on the YouTube page, we greatly appreciate it. Our next stream will be Sunday night. The Fredericton Royals will be here Sunday night. And again, note the special start time for Sunday's game. It is a 7:30 start on Sunday, so make sure you adjust your internal clocks there, folks. Sunday night's game will be a 7 p.m. start here at Ironman Field, and we will again be live on the Facebook page and the YouTube stream as the Royals come to town. The Alpines, again, with the split doubleheader on Sunday as they go to the Island for a game at 1 and then back over to Moncton for a game at 7. So Mark Legier is going to lead it off here in the top of the second inning. Legier was 0 for 3 in the first game, did have a walk and a run scored. That's a foul back here to the screen for strike 1. So Newman looking good all around the plate here early. So we're back in here, 1 strike to the leadoff hitter here in the second. That's a curveball that leaves that one up. Here comes the 1-1. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 2. Good fastball from Newman there. Yeah, Newman, who has battled injury over the last couple seasons, has been back healthy this year. Again, has thrown 5 previous games, 25 innings across those games. That's outside for a ball. And when paired with Jamie Walls and Dylan Lester, forms a pretty good trio at the top of the Ironman rotation. A little mad at himself after that one as he runs it to 2-2. And that's right there for strike 3. Third strikeout here for Newman. And that'll bring up Van Snick. Van Snick had a great game here in the first one, as he was 2 for 3 with a home run, a single, a couple of runs scored. Also had a walk mixed in there as well. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 1. Here comes the 0-1 from Newman. And that is outside for a ball. One and one's a count here. And that is spiked in front of the plate. Newman unhappy with himself there. So that has run the count here to 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 out here in the top of the second inning. And here it comes. And that is high in the air behind first base. Nick Leggett calls for it, and he makes the play. A few oohs from the crowd there as Leggett had to play it off to his side, but makes the play. So that's the first 2 out here in the second inning. Matt Dignam is going to jump in here now. Dignam moving up from the 8th to the 9th, or 8th to the 7th spot here. Was 0 for 3 in the first game. Did reach on a couple fielders' choices. So here comes the first pitch. And that is fouled just out of play for strike 1. So Newman very handy here early. Really challenging these Alpines hitters to put the bat on something. And that's in the dirt. So that one's in the dirt, runs the count to 1-1. That's a curveball that misses high. So now the count is 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to the Alpine's third baseman. And that's right there for strike 2. So here comes the 2-2. That is hit to the left side, and that's going to be foul. Logan Walsh gave it a run there, but it was over his head. It was foul by 4 or 5 feet there down the left field line. Again, beautiful night here at Ironman Field. Top of the second inning of the second game of the doubleheader today. Ironman victorious in the first game by a score of 8-6. Logan Walsh with a 3-run go-ahead home run in the bottom of the 6th inning. The difference. Here comes the 2-2 again, and that is outside for a ball. Dignam, a great check there. So a full count here with 2 out in the top of the second. And that is popped up. And Watkin makes the play right in front of us here. So that'll be going in order in the second inning. Newman retires 6 of the first 7. So an inning and a half in the books here. It is a nothing ball game. We're going to go to the bottom of the second here on this Friday night edition of O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. So we go to the bottom of the second inning here. No score. It's going to be Nick Leggett leading it off here for the Ironman, the big first baseman. Had a pretty good game here his first time around. Had a couple RBIs, hit by pitch, had a single. You're right, it was 9-6. It's been a long night already up here in the booth, so. But you are right. Thank you, Brad. That misses for a ball and runs it to 1-1. And that is pounded to short. And Dignam with a nice play as he comes across. Nice play by Dignam over there, and that's a 5-3 to start the inning here for out number 1. That's right. It was 9-6 here in the first game. Walsh's home run made it 8-6. You know, I should know. I do have the book in front of me. And Walsh fouled that one off his foot, it looked like, and definitely smarting. He's kind of hobbled over in front of the plate here and looks like he's going to try to tough it out. Fouled that one off. Looked like his front foot, so that'd be his left foot. So it's 0-1. Here's the count. One strike is the count here. We got one strike. And that one's in there for strike 2. So 2 strikes here. Again, Logan Walsh with that big home run into the left field screen here. And that is high and away for a ball, so runs it to 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the count. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. That's fouled away at the plate. And again, Walsh looking a little worse for wear there at the plate as he kind of hopped up from that one, feeling a bit hobbled. So 2-2 here now. Here it comes. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout so far for Galbraith. And that'll bring up Zach Goss. So Goss going to step in here. Had a walk and a single in the first game. And that is popped up. Third base side. Looks like it's going to stay in fair territory. And Dignam makes the play. So a 1-2-3 inning on both sides here in the second. So 2 innings in the books. A couple of quick ones here. After 2, we've got no score here on this Game 2 Friday night edition of Ironman Baseball Live, brought to you by O'Donaghues Irish Pub. Go down and check them out. There's lots of summer left. They've got the patio open outside. Go on down and check them out. O'Donaghues Irish Pub in the historic downtown Chatham region. O'Donaghues, welcome to your pub. So we go to top of the third here. We've got Matt Nason going to lead it off here, who started the first game for the Alpines. It's the first time we've seen Nason have the dish in the game. He is 3 for 11 on the season, good enough for a 273. All 3 of his hits are singles. And that's just down for ball 1. So again, a couple of quick ones here. Both pitchers have faced 7 hitters. Both pitchers allowed a 2-out single in the first. Only difference is that Zach Newman has 3 strikeouts. Galbraith has 2. But both pitchers with a similar performance so far, both looking locked in. Here comes the 1-1, and that's in the dirt. And the Ironmen have somebody throwing down the line, but that looks like Ori Cook, who might just be showing up here after a hard day's work. Maybe going to try to get into the game here for game 2. That's a swing and a miss now. So now the count is 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that is high and away for a ball as that one gets away from Newman. So a full count here to the Alpine's designated hitter, Matt Nason, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. It'll be Elaine and then back to the top of the order. And that's in the dirt for ball 4. So first free pass of the game for either side as Nason draws the walk. So that'll be Zach Elaine here. Elaine did have 1 plate appearance in the first game. He struck out in the 7th inning after coming in as a defensive replacement. Going to play right field and bat 9th here. So the 9 guy in the 9 hole. First man's on here in the 3rd. And that is just down for a ball. Ironman anticipating a bunt here. Logan Walsh in on the grass down the third base side, as you can see. If you're watching at home on Facebook or YouTube, again, we appreciate you sticking with us here for the second game. We've been live now for over 3 hours tonight. And a bit more action to come. That's popped up in the infield. And Walsh is going to make that play. So a pop out to the third baseman is the first out of the inning here. So that'll turn it back over to the top of the order for Connor Hill. Hill struck out his first time. Looking for better luck this time out. Nason still over at first base now with 1 out. That's in the dirt for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes here. That is fouled away. That one bounces back down here into the right side. Heads up down there for everybody. So 1-1's the count here with 1 out to the Alpine shortstop. And that's on the inside part of the plate for a strike. So 1-2 is the count here now. Again, Nason the runner over at first. And that is hit hard to second, and that's going to get over a leaping Charlie Mawson. Goss is going to come up with it, so that's going to be a base hit for Hill. So 2 on here now for the Alpines. 1 out here, and it's going to be Devin Thomas. Thomas struck out looking his first time. So Newman's got the sign he likes here. First and second, 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. And there's a swing and a miss at a curveball in the dirt. Thomas mad at himself after that one that he chased that pitch down. So Newman now has a sign. Here comes the 0-1. And that is Not sure if that was higher inside, but ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. 1 out, runners that remain at first and second. And there is a foul back. Thomas is right on that one. Just not able to square it up, so that runs the count now to 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Newman with the long look in at the sign. Got the one he likes now. And that is hard hit back up the middle. Mawson's going to go to second for 1. The flip to first. Picked over there by Leggett. Put a star next to that one, as that is a 4-3 double play. And just like that, the Ironmen are out of the inning. So the Alpines get a couple on, but a double play ends it. 2.5 innings in the books here from Ironman Field. We have no score on this late Friday night edition of O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. So we go to the bottom of the third inning here. It's going to be Mawson, Hebert, and then top of the order for the Ironman. His book flipping is almost over. Mawson 1 for 3 in the first game, had an RBI double and was hit by a pitch. And he takes that one for ball 1. Galbraith has looked good here through a couple innings, has allowed a hit, has a couple of strikeouts. That's hit hard on the first baseline, but foul as that one jumps the tarp. Out of play. Again, a good pitching matchup here so far. The Alpines did get a couple on there in the top of the third, but a nice little double play enacted. That's in the dirt. That runs the count to 2-1. Not gonna lie, I would be all for a tidy little 50-minute ball game. Here comes the 2-1 to Mawson, and that ball is hit hard into center field, and that's going to be a base hit. Charlie Mawson with a leadoff single here in the third. So just like the Alpines in the top. Oh, what did I... So here comes Hebert. And what Mawson is going, Legier with a throw from the knees, and that's going to be a stolen base. And that ball is outside. So 2-0 is the count here now to Hebert. And that is bounded to short. Mawson is going to cut in front, and a strong throw from Hill there. So after the stolen base and the ground out, the runner's at third now with 1 out. Don't mind me, folks, if I sound a little distracted. I closed all the tabs on my computer. So we're just trying to fix that all up. Here's Mike McKay, and that one's down for ball one. Hey, we're back. All right. Accidentally, we're operating with no lights up here because, again, just where we are in the stadium and interfering with the center fielder's field of vision. That one's in there for a strike. We've lowered the lights here just a little bit, so I accidentally clicked on the wrong button. So Mawson's at third now, and that is high for a ball. So 2 balls, 1 strike now to McKay. Mike grounded out to short his first time on a nifty little play by Connor Hill as he went to his right. Made a very strong throw across the diamond. And that ball is fouled out of play. So 2-2's the count here now. And that is down in the dirt. Blake, if you're watching out there, that is a very fun fact. So full count here to Mike McKay. And that ball is hit into center field. Beach is under it. Mawson's going to tag. And here he goes. The throw from Beach. Wow. A cannon of a throw, but that was going to take a monumental effort there. Was going to take a monumental effort. So that is a sac fly for Mike. And it's 1-0 Ironman. So now 2 out, and here's Keating. And that's a curveball in there for strike 1. Keating was rung on a pitch in the first inning that he absolutely did not agree with. And that misses outside for a ball. Here comes the 1-1. So we'll go into our Friday night fun facts here in a bit. We have some viewer submissions here for Fun Fact Fridays. Here comes the 2-1 to Keats. And that ball is tattooed down the right field line, but he's not going to be able to keep that one fair. As that one hit something down the line that people didn't like because there were some very loud oohs. I do see a truck parked out there by that little shed. Here comes the 2-2, and that is hit hard back up the middle, but Beach able to get a run on it. So that's going to be an out. But the Ironmen score first. Charlie Mawson gets on, steals second, advances to third on a ground out and scores on a sac fly by Mike McKay. So after 3 innings here at Ironman Field in game number 2 on Friday Night Baseball, it is your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 1. Saint John Alpines no score. So Fun Fact Friday here from friend of the show, Blake Lynch. Myself, me, as in Chris Jardine, Charlie Mawson, and Chris Keating all have one thing in common. We all have a Joey Ryan tournament championship. Joey Ryan was a friend of mine, also a co-worker. Loved local baseball, local softball. Unfortunately passed away a few years ago. Handful of years ago now due to an illness. And there is a tournament that happens every year in his honor. Shout out to my payroll Pirates, several of which are down the right field line here tonight. So there's your Fun Fact Friday here on the Ironman broadcast. As we go to the top of the 4th inning here, Alpine's got the 3-4-5 coming up, Beach, Flowers, and Legier. Ironman lead 1-0. Again, a beautiful night here. Temperature seems to be holding, which is great. I don't know what it's like down on the field, but knock on wood, not a whole heck of a lot of mosquitoes up here on the 3rd floor. So Beach is going to step in. Had the first hit of the game for the Alpines, a 2-out single back in the first. Connor Hill has their other hit. And here's the first pitch from Newman, and that's on the inside part of the plate for strike 1. So tidy little ball game here so far as we're in the top of the fourth inning. And that is hit to right. And whoa, what a stab over there by Nick Leggett. Matt Beach hit that one with a lot of velocity, and Nick Leggett able to reach up and make a great stab over there. Put a star next to that one, as that is L3 for those of you scoring at home, and a loud first out here in the fourth inning. Beach has hit the ball hard several times here tonight. Again, had that home run off Lester back in the first inning and hit that one very hard, but the lanky first baseman able to make that play over there. So it's out number one. First pitch to Flowers was a ball, and that is hit hard to left. Hebert ranges to his right and makes the play. So a couple of hard hit balls here so far for the Alpines in the fourth, but both have resulted in a couple outs as Nick Leggett makes the play, and that one just to the right of Tyrell Hebert. So that'll bring Mark Legier up here now with 2 out. Legier struck out looking back in the second inning. Catching here for the Alpines in game 2 after doing some DH duty in game number 1. Here's the first pitch from Newman. And that is a changeup, just stays a little too high for ball 1. Again, then we will be live again Sunday night. Again, remember, 7 p.m. start Sunday. And that is fouled back here. Evens the count at 1-1. Newman has been very efficient so far. The Alpines have a couple of hits. He has allowed a walk, has 3 strikeouts. Galbraith has been very good as well. He has a couple of strikeouts, has allowed only 2 hits as well. That is popped up in the infield. Charlie Mollison with the very loud call for it, and he will make the play. So Newman goes 1-2-3 here in the top of the fourth. Halfway home here at Ironman Field in game number 2 of our Friday night doubleheader. It is your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 1. The Saint John Alpines, no score. We'll be back in just a minute here with the bottom of the fourth inning. 3-4-5 due up for the red team on O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. So we go to the bottom of the fourth inning here. Ironman with a 1-0 lead. Dylan Lester's going to lead it off. He's 1 for 1 in the game. One for 1 in the game here. He's going to lead off the bottom of the fourth. That's in the dirt for ball 1. Have a little time here. Home plate umpire Miles Brito is going to give the plate a little clean off. And that's in there for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. Again, quite the pitching battle here so far. And that ball is hit hard into left center field. Beach on the run makes the play. Hard hit ball from Lester, but a nice running play by Beach out in center field. He's had a very good night out there tracking down baseballs. And had a good night at the plate, too. So that's the first out of the 4th inning. Watkins going to hit here. Ended the first inning with a 1-3 ground out. A little nubber out in front of home plate. Sort of scooted down the line. That's in the dirt for ball 1. And Watkins hits that one high in the air here behind home plate. And that one's on top of the clubhouse. Just out of play here. So pretty quick game here so far. 45 minutes in. We are already 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We're on to our 3rd and 4th coffee up here in the booth. But treated to a pretty good game here so far. That ball's in the dirt. I agree. He has had a very good night out there. Again, I have to say, too, as we get into the later hours here, we're almost at 11 p.m. Can't imagine these guys play a whole lot of games at this time. So that is fouled in the third baseline. We've seen a few pop-ups here. All have been made. We've seen a few adventures there, so it'd be interesting to see now if the later hour plays a difference on balls that might get up above the lights here. We'll see. That ball is hit to short. Hill up with it, and a strong throw across the diamond. Another nice play out there. That's out number 2. A couple of little chirps on the Saint John side towards third baseman Matt Dignam, who made a nice play here in the 2nd inning when he cut across in front of Connor Hill. He was looking to do it again there. And that ball is going to be right to him, almost on cue. Right to Dignam at third, and that's going to be the inning. So 3 up, 3 down here. Again, a great pitching matchup here, folks. Don't change that channel. We've got a long way to go. 4 innings in the books here at Ironman Field in Game 2 of our Friday night doubleheader. It is your Chatham Ironman Ironman 1. Saint John Alpines, no score. And as always, folks, we'd like to thank our guys from Elitecast Media who will bring you the sights and sounds of Ironman Field here all season long. To thank them for having to spend 4 hours in the press box with me, which I'm sure is definitely not pleasant. We'd also like to thank our sponsor, O'Donaghues Irish Pub. Thursday nights are wing night at O'Donaghues. Come on down. 8 wings done to perfection for $9.50 with your choice of sauce. And remember, enjoy a Molson Canadian or Coors 20-ouncer, $2 off on Ironman game nights. Located in the heart of downtown Chatham in the historic Williston House, O'Donaghues, welcome to your pub. We'd like to thank O'Donaghues for sponsoring our stream here all season long. So we do have some defensive changes here for the Ironman in the 5th. Ori Cook enters the game in center field. That pushes Mike McKay from center field to right field. Zach Goss has come in to play third base. And Logan Walsh out of the ball game here. So I wonder if that's just maybe precautionary after that ball off his foot. Trying to get Ori some time. So Ori Cook into the game in center. He will lead off the next inning, I would assume. Here's Ryan Van Snick, grounded out to third his first time. That ball's in the dirt for ball 1. So, again, just to update you guys on those changes. Ori Cook checks into center field, replacing Logan Walsh in the lineup. Mike McKay from center to left or to right. Zach Goss from right to third base. That ball is fouled out of play. Evens the count at 1-1. Walsh did come out, completed the at-bat, and did come out and play an inning in the field. After fouling that ball on his foot, made a play on a pop-up there on it was Zach Lane, I believe. So maybe just trying to get Ori into the game and being a little precautionary with the affiliate third baseman. So 1-1 is the count here. Top of the fifth inning from Newman to Van Snick. That ball's bounded out in front of home plate, and that is going to be a foul ball. Home plate umpire Miles Brito all over that one as Watkin was trying to get a hold of it while it was still in fair territory to try to make the play down at first, but Miles right there to be able to make the fair foul call. So 1-2 now. Here's the count. And that is just down for a ball. I think Zach Newman wanted that one. So that runs it to 2-2. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So fourth strikeout for Newman. He has now retired 5 in a row. Nora, we're hoping so. The last night's game that was rained out was supposed to be on Rogers. We're still working with them on the Thursday night time slot. We do have another Thursday night game coming up here the first week of August, so we'll see. We're in touch with them. And that is a dumper into left, and Goss goes back and makes the play. Dignam inside out of that one, so that's going to be P5 and quickly 2 out here. Yes, we do want to thank all of you who gave us great feedback on our broadcast last Thursday on Rogers TV all across New Brunswick. We got amazing feedback from them, and again, we continue to talk with Rogers about bringing more Ironman baseball to their network in the future. And that ball is stung to right field. McKay, newly in right field, makes the play. So a quick inning there for Zach Newman. 7-pitch inning. And a 3 up, 3 down as Newman has now retired 7 straight. 4.5 in the books here. The score remains the same. It is the Ironman 1. The Alpines no score here on O'Donaghues Ironman Baseball Live. A special, and not going to lie, hopefully the last time, Friday night doubleheader. We'll be back in a minute here. The bottom of the 5th inning. So motoring right along here, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the bottom of the 5th now. And we are going to have the first plate appearance of the game of Ori Cook. Cook is 5 for 14 on the season for the Ironman. Had that magical home run here, his first at bat back with the team in several years in our home opener. And that is hit hard to second. Up with it. And they make the play over at first. So a nice play there from Van Snick. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. So that's 4-3 for out number 1. So that'll bring up Zach Goss. Goss popped out to the third baseman his first time here in game 2. That's in there for strike 1. The Alpines, no runs on 2 hits. The Ironmen, 1 run on 2 hits. Neither team has committed an error here. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 2, and Galbraith here working quickly. Locked in here, trying to get his team back in on the sticks. Quickly 0-2 to Zach Goss. And that is high and away for a ball, trying to get him to chase. Good 2-strike pitch there. Here comes the 1-2. And that is a little change up that it kind of got away from him. Here comes the full count pitch to Goss, and that is hit high in the air. So we're going to test our theory from earlier. And Beach under it perfectly, seeing it just fine out there. So a fly out to center field and quickly 2 out here in the inning. So that'll ring up Mawson. Mawson, the only player in game 2 here that has scored a run. Had a single. Stole a base, advanced to third on a ground ball, and then scored on a sac fly by Mike McKay. And that's in there for strike 1. Again, what a tidy game we've had here so far. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And that is hit hard, foul. So quickly 0-2 here. Again, Galbraith working quickly here in an effort to try to get the Alpines back. Looking forward to the top of the 6th inning here. It'll be the 9-1-2 hitters for the Pines. Here comes the 0-2. And that is just outside for a ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Look like they're going to go outside here again. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Mawson goes around. So again, a 1-2-3 inning for the Ironman. Galbraith has now retired 9 in a row. And in less than an hour, folks, we got 5 innings in the books. The score remains the same. It is your Chatham Miramichi Ironmen 1. The Saint John Alpines no score. We're going to the top of the 6th inning here on O'Donaghues Friday Night Baseball. So we go to the top of the 6th inning here. Cruising right along. It's going to be the Alpines number 9 hitter, Zach Elaine, to lead it off here, and then back to the top of the order for Connor Hill and Devin Thomas. Elaine popped out to the third baseman his first time. Goss in on the grass here, trying to protect against the bunt. Leggett in on the edge of the grass as well, just in case. And that is pounded down the line to third, just foul. So quickly 0-1 here. So we're back in here. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And that is right there for strike 2. So 0-2 here to the Alpines right fielder. That's in the dirt, trying to get him to chase. Good waste pitch there, 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes here. And that is on the outside part of the plate for strike 3. 5th strikeout of the game for Newman. Elaine doesn't like that call. That is now 8 in a row retired by Newman. Both pitchers on a good stretch here. Again, Galbraith has retired the last 9 he has faced. Elaine not a fan of that call. Back to the top of the order here for Connor Hill. 1 for 2. That's in the dirt for ball 1. So again, Hill singled his last time. Also has a strikeout on his record. One of Newman's 5 victims thus far. Here comes the 1-0. And that is on the outside part of the plate for a strike. One ball, 1 strike here. That is outside for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. So Newman's got the sign here for 2-1. And that is a looper to first, right to Nick Leggett, who makes the play. So soft liner for out number 2. So that'll bring up Devin Thomas, who's 0 for 2. He struck out looking in the first, grounded out to second in the third. Bats here with 2 out in the top of the 6th. That is not sure where that was. Called ball 1. That is hit hard. Oh, and Charlie Mawson unable to make the diving play. He got a piece of it. But that will trickle into right field. So a 2-out single for Devin Thomas. So a 2-out single. Devin Thomas finds himself over at first now, and that'll bring Matt Beach to the plate. Singled back in the first. Hit a screamer of a line drive here in the 4th. That was snagged by Nick Leggett. Again, Beach having a good day at the plate and in the field. And that is outside for ball 1. Again, hit a big home run here back in the first game. Has played a very tidy center field tonight for the Alpines as well. So the 1-0 pitch on the way here from Newman. And that ball is hit high in the air. First base side. And that's going to be out of play. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. 2 out, top of the 6th inning. Alpines find themselves down 1-0 here in a game that is just about an hour old. Newman with a long look in here trying to get the one that he wants. Now he's got it. And that is, tries to go backdoor with the curveball and unable to get it there. So now it was the count to 2-1. Beach locked in here. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 out. Thomas still over at first after that 2-out single. That's a ball outside. So now it runs to 3-1. So here comes the 3 ball, 1 strike pitch. And that is in the dirt, ball 4. So now the Alpines have a little bit of a threat going here with 2 out. And we're going to get a timeout here as Ironman pitching coach Terry Leggett going to make a trip to the mound here before Newman faces Cole Flowers. So a quick little visit here, probably just trying to reset things. 2 out, the Alpines. Their biggest threat of the game so far is they have runners at first and second. 2 out single by Devin Thomas, and then a walk by Matt Beach. So here's Cole Flowers. He's over 2, has flown out and lined out. Hit a hard liner to left field, but just to the right of Hebert out there. And that's on the inside part of the plate for strike 1. Flowers didn't like that one. So Newman ahead here 0-1. That is lined down. And what a play! Nick Leggett with a run-saving diving play. Put a star next to that one. Nick Leggett with a heck of a defensive play over there. Likely saves a run and ends the inning. So 6 or 5.5 in the books here as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's still your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 1. The Saint John Alpines, no score. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here. It's going to be Tyrell Hebert and then the top of the order. They face Ryan Galbraith. Again, this has all the repeats of the game we saw here 2 Monday nights ago between Moncton and the Ironmen when Newman was on the wrong side of a 1-0 game. Zach Goss has started warming up down in the Ironman bullpen. Looking ahead to the 7th inning, it will be the 5, 6, 7 hitters for the Alpines. Here's Hebert. Though over here in the 6th is the Ironman on the hunt for some insurance. As my voice slowly starts to leave my body. Here comes the 1-0. And that's low and away for ball 2. Hebert grounded out to short his first time. And that is on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Nothing wrong with taking that 2-0. Here comes the 2-1. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. So Galbraith battles back from 2-0 to 2-2 here with a couple of good fastballs on the outer half. And that is hit hard by Hebert into right field. And Elaine's going to make the play. So that is out number 1 here, and it'll turn it back over to the top of the order for Mike McKay. McKay's 0 for 1 in this game. He grounded out to short in the first. Has the only run driven into the game with a sac fly in the top of the 3rd inning, or bottom of the 3rd inning. That is the only run of the ball game so far. Ironmen only have 2 hits. Dylan Lester with 1 and Charlie Mawson with the other. And that's a curveball in there for a strike. And Mike tries to bunt that one, unable to get it down. So it's 0-2. So 0-2 here, 1 out, bottom of the 6th. And that is outside for a ball. Galbraith trying to get him to chase. And Galbraith here, no pitch clock needed. And that is a bounder to 3rd, and that's going to be foul. So McKay stays alive here, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes another 1-2. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. That is the 4th strikeout, I believe, of the ball game for Galbraith. It is. So that'll ring up Chris Keating. He's 0 for 2 in this game. Struck out looking in the first, lined out to center field his last time. That's a curveball that just misses outside for ball 1. So again, the Alpines have another double dip on Sunday as they split between the Island, and that ball is popped into right field. And it's going to fall in. That was a long run for Van Snick going out and Elaine coming in. That one falls in. That's going to be a base hit for Keating. So a 2-out single. That was going to be a tough play because, in that situation, Elaine playing deep in right field, as he should, with Keating's power. That one just, Van Snick tries to go back and unable to get there. So Keating's over at first now, and here comes Dylan Lester, has one of the Ironman 3 hits in the game. Keating going first pitch, and that one's right back up the middle. Van Snick gets a piece of it diving, but unable to knock it down, so that's going to be a single for Lester. And Keating, who is going on the pitch, is going to go all the way around to third. So now the Ironman with runners at the corners here and 2 out. So that'll bring up Jeff Watkin here. He's 0 for 2 in this game. Grounded out on a 1-3 to the pitcher and grounded out to short as last time. And he's going to bat here with runners at the corners and 2 out. A chance to bring some insurance in here for the Ironman. Galbraith back in here. And that is outside for a ball. So again, Keats was going on that one. Van Snick with a heck of an effort out there, but unable to knock it down. Got a piece of it. Ball trickled into center, allowing Keats to go to third. And that's in there for a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. 2 out, bottom of the 6th inning. It's 1-0 game here for the Ironman. And that is hit hard to left field, but right at the left fielder, and Flowers able to make that play, so that is going to be a loud 3rd out. So the Ironmen threaten, but they don't get anything out of it. We're going to go to the 7th inning here, folks. It is a 1-0 ball game as your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen are 3 outs away from a doubleheader sweep. Have to hold it down here as they lead the Saint John Alpines by a score of 1-0 on this special Friday night edition of O'Donaghues Ironmen Baseball Live. Defensive changes here for the Ironmen again. Adam Wenzel is going to check into the game here and is going to take over at third base. Zach Goss moves back out to right field. And Mike McKay moves from right field to left field. So the Ironmen putting a little bit more speed in the outfield. So Tyrell Hebert will come out of the ball game. Wenzel will take his spot in the lineup, for those of you keeping track at home. So that's Wenzel for Hebert. Again, Wenzel goes to third. Goss back out to right. McKay shifts from right to left. So now you have the McKay, Goss, Ori Cook triad in the outfield. So here we go. It's going to be Mark Legier to lead it off. For the Alpines here as Zach Newman tries to finish what he started. He's allowed 3 hits to this point in the ball game. Has walked a couple of batters as well. Has 5 strikeouts. So what a game. We are an hour and 15 minutes into it here. And we're in the top of the 7th inning. What a pitcher's duel this has been. Legier's 0 for 2. He has struck out and popped out to second. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. What a night it has been here at Ironman Field. A thrilling comeback 9-6 victory for the Ironmen in Game 1. And a 1-0 lead here in the 7th of Game 2. That is high for a ball. Again, our next broadcast will be Sunday night, 7 p.m. as the Fredericton Royals come to town for the third time in less than 2 weeks. That one misses high and away. Again, we've seen last couple innings here, some balls being thrown out of play due to dampness. Could that play a factor in the infield? We'll see. That's in the dirt. So now, all of a sudden, 3-1 here to the Alpines leadoff hitter. The Alpines looking to get a base runner here. And that is hit hard to left. Mike McKay on the way back, and that is going to be off the wall. And that is going to hit hard off the wall, and that's only going to be a single. But the Alpines, with a loud single there from Legier, have the tying run on here with nobody out in the seventh. And now we will see with Goss warmed up what the plan is here for the Ironman coaching staff. So Van Snick's going to jump in here. His 0 for 2 has popped out to the first baseman and struck out. It looks like we're going to get a pinch runner here for Legier. Little discussion here between the home plate umpire and we're going to get Woodall is going to come out to pinch run here. Thank you. CABC Baseball here in the chat. If you guys are looking for a great resource on all things senior baseball from coast to coast, make sure you give CABC Baseball a follow here on Facebook. Check them out on X as well, or Twitter for those of us who do not like change. Of course, Dan was here, filled in for me a couple of Mondays ago in a game that was also a 1-0 result. So here's Van Snick now, runner over at first. Is the tying run for the Alpines. Newman's going to throw over here. So here we go. Nobody out here in the top of the seventh. Legier with the fourth hit of the game for the Alpines. And that is inside for a ball. So Newman has had a little bit of control trouble here. Fell behind Legier 3-1, then Legier hit that ball off the base of the wall out in left center for a single. And there's a big swing there from Van Snick as he was trying to give the Alpines the lead. And swung right through that one. A little mad at himself there. We are an hour and 17 minutes into this one. Top of the seventh, nobody out. Woodall still over at first. And that is right there for strike two. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Van Snick. Woodall with a decent lead over at first. Not going. And that's a swing and a miss, strike 3 for the first out here. 6th strikeout of the game for Newman. And Van Snick has been ejected from the baseball game. And let me tell you the problem that creates. They just subbed out their catcher for a pinch runner, and their backup catcher, who's caught the first game, just got ejected for arguing balls and strikes. So if Saint John were to tie the game, I'm not sure who would be catching for them in the bottom of the seventh. Getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but Van Snick did not like the call there, and he has been ejected. So 1 out now, runner over at first. That's going to bring Matt Dignam to the plate. He's 0 for 2. Popped out to the catcher in foul territory and popped out to the third baseman. Oh, does he? Is he here? And that's a hard hit ball, and that's going to be a base hit into left field. I thought he caught, but I don't know if he's here. I did not see his name on the lineup. Either way, that is not a problem for me. But yeah, I don't think I thought he caught, but I do not see his name on the lineup card. Anyway, we'll worry about that if there is a bottom of the 7th here. The Alpines now with runners at first and second after a base hit there from Matt Dignam to the opposite field. So that's going to bring up the designated hitter. Or no, that's going to bring up the pitcher, actually. Brian Galbraith's going to hit for the first time in this game. And that's in the dirt for a ball. Galbraith in the first game was 2 for 3 with a couple of singles and a run scored. And has pitched one hell of a ball game here in game 2. Has only allowed a run on 4 hits and has a chance here to help himself out at the plate with runners at first and second and 1 out. And that's fouled back. So 1-1 is the count here. 1 out in the top of the 7th. Here it comes. That is in the dirt. So Woodall is the runner out at second, who pinch ran for Mark Legier after a long single off the wall. Van Snick struck out and was ejected for arguing with home plate umpire Miles Brito, and then Matt Dignam with a single. And that is hit high in the air to right. Zach Goss is under it. Runner's going to tag and bluff a start, and Goss is going to throw that one anyway. But that is going to be out number 2. So Galbraith flies out to right field, and now the Alpines are down to their last out. Yeah, they only gain half a game if the other team doesn't play. So if the Ironmen hang on, they'll be 2 back. But still an out to work with here, and Zach Elaine coming to the dish. So 2 out here in the top of the 7th inning of a 1-0 ball game. It has been a heck of a battle here between the Ironmen, Zach Newman, and the Alpines, Ryan Galbraith. And Zach Newman is 1 out away from winning it. The Alpines do have runners at first and second here with 2 out. Elaine is 0 for 2, has popped out to the third baseman and struck out. And that is a ground ball to second. Maulson up with it, and that's the ball game. Zach Newman goes the distance, sprinkles 5 hits, a couple of walks, and 6 strikeouts for the shutout. And the Ironmen win both games of the doubleheader as they hang on to win this one by a score of 1-0. So the Ironmen with a couple of big wins here, a come-from-behind 9-6 victory in Game 1 and a 1-0 victory here in Game 2 to extend their winning streak to 4. The Ironmen now are above 500 as they improve to 9-8, 2 games out of first place, and still with 4 games in hand. The Ironmen will play again Sunday night here, 7 p.m. start as the Fredericton Royals come to town. Folks, I want to take a minute to thank all of you for hanging out with us for over 4 hours here tonight on a special Friday night edition of Ironman Baseball Live. I want to thank, of course, O'Donaghues for sponsoring the stream. Make sure you go down and check them out in historic downtown Chatham. The patio's open. Go on down and check it out again on nights where Ironman play. Beer, Molson, and Coors, 20 ounces, $2 off. So thank you to O'Donaghues for constantly sponsoring the stream. Also like to thank our friends at Elitecast Media for bringing you the sights and sounds of the ball game. The final scores here tonight. The Ironmen win Game 1 9-6, and they win Game 2 by a score of 1-0. I am, of course, Chris Jardine, voice of the Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen. We will see you guys on